Uhuru, Uhuru. My name is Dexter Mlamwingo, and I'm your host for today. And I want to welcome you to day 3 of what has been a powerful 2021 NPM convention. We've done so much. It's only day 3, you know. Day 1, we went over the history of InPDUM and what makes InPDUM, significant as a mass organization under the leadership of a revolutionary party, the African People's Socialist Party. We had a massive, we did some fundraising. The people, you raised $7,000, over $7,000 toward our 10K goal that we have every intention of meeting today. What else we do? We also had the Black Star Awards, where we saluted standout and exemplary comrades and branches. And day two was crazy too. Day 2 went a little different than we intended. We had our monthly One Africa, One Nation marketplace plan. We do it right outside the Gary Brooks Community Garden. We have vendors come out from the community. People sell and they buy and make resources for themselves. But evidently, Mother Nature had some other plans and started raining. However, we didn't let them rain on our parade. We just brought our parade indoors. And that's what you do when you have a house that Black Power built, such as the Uhuru house. That's where I'm broadcasting from right now. So yesterday was a powerful day, And today we're gonna get to the nitty gritty of what makes InPDUM InPDUM. We're gonna get into branch building. Our own international president, Kalambai, is gonna be giving a step-by-step guide on how to build branches in your areas. By the end of this program, you'll be able to go back to your cities and build InPDUM branches in your area. We're also gonna be talking about building InPDUM internationally. And last, but most definitely not least, it's election day. Today is the day that the membership or the leadership of InPDUM is held accountable to the membership of InPDUM, and the members get to decide what the leadership of InPDUM is going to be looking like next year. So we got a whole lot to get into today. But real quick, I just want to get into some house rules real quick. Let me just read over these house rules. Hold on, I need to get a little closer to read. I don't have my glasses on right now. I was going for the aesthetic today. So here are a few housekeeping details before we start the convention. During the events, as well as during the Q&A portions, panelists should use the chat box to communicate with other panelists to avoid interrupting another presenter. To our attendees, you are encouraged to use the Q&A box and the raise hand feature. You will not be able to unmute yourself, so to make sure you're acknowledged during the program, you will need to communicate through those means. We are live streaming on the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's Facebook page and the Burning Spade TV YouTube page. At any time, you can promote and invite others to tune in via those platforms. And of course, I want to salute leadership and leader and founder of the Uhuru Movement, Chairman Amali Shatella. He's the visionary who saw the significance of creating a mass organization such as InPDUM to reintroduce our people back into political life. I want to salute Deputy Chair Ornis Nair Shatella, the visionary behind the Black Power Blueprint. I want to salute Secretary General Louise Kinshasa, who's responsible for building the African People's Socialist Party internationally. And I, of course, want to salute my direct leadership, the international president of InPDUM, Kalambai and Danette. So we got an exciting program planned for y'all today, a dynamic program planned for y'all today. I just briefly want to bring on President Kalambai to officially begin us today. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Uhuru. Fist up, fight back. Uhuru, comrades, we are at the Sunday, our last day of this amazing historical convention. The African working class have its own mass organization under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And it has been, in Chairman's words, splendid. Right. This has been an amazing convention from start to end. And these conventions are not just times where we come together, but we plan to unite the African working class and let's get it done, and bring organization front in the center of everything. So I am really excited about day 3, where we're going to get to the meat of some discussions that are very important, such as getting fit for the revolution, mind, body, and soul, everything. What it means to be a revolutionary and getting fit for the revolution. I'm excited about that panel. You know, we have Chairman Amali Shatella, we have Kobina, the Southern Region Rep, just an amazing panel discussion around getting fit for the revolution. And we also going to be talking about branches, which is super critical, that we make sure that everywhere African people are, that we are represented in our communities with branches and branch offices. So this third day is going to be an amazing convention. So right now, do me a favor, go ahead and share this on whatever device you're watching this on. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, whatever you're on right now, go ahead and share it and continue to share it throughout the day. Sometimes somebody might not catch it the first time it came down their timeline, they catch it the next time. So continue to share this live and make sure you comment, Uhuru, let us know you with us. Oh, even though we are not in one room together, this discussion is very important. So the many times that you comment or react to the video helps this live stream spread, because we know, just like Chairman said yesterday, the rain, that's white power fault too. They always messing with everything. So they would not help share this to the world. You will. So I'm going to salute and appreciate you right now for doing that. And let's go ahead and get into our program on today. Again, get your notepad and your pen, because after this, you are going to be equipped with understanding what InPDUM is, what we need to do in this period, and how to build that branch. Uhuru.
Uhuru, President. So before we get started, I think we should get the blood flowing a little bit. It's early in some places. It's early right here. I know some people got dust in their eyes still trying to shake off the sleep. So I think we need to begin with some culture. Let's watch a video real quick of the Ascend Youth Drummers, led by my cousin, Mtambuzi Mlamwingu. Uhuru.
And he said he could teach bucket drumming. So this is our first year performers. Let's give it up for the BAM's bucket drummers.
Yo,
right, all right. I know I wasn't the only one who's over here air drumming. I want to shout out one more time the Ascend Youth Drummers, Ascend Charter School Youth Drummers, straight out of Brooklyn, New York. I hope everybody got their blood flowing. I really like how that kid riled up the crowd with "Can I get a year?" Like that's the most New York thing ever. So I really want to shout out to them. Next up, we have a panel on building InPDUM internationally. So as you all know, InPDUM was formed in 1991 as the National People's Democratic Uhuru movement. And then with the establishment of branches in Europe and South Africa, we became the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. So we're going to discuss the way forward for building this organization worldwide. And for that, I'm going to bring on our Vice President, Matamila Odom.
Uhuru, everybody. Welcome to the Building InPDUM Internationally panel. For this panel discussion, we have Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa, and we also have, as a part of this panel, we also have Director Tafari McGarry from ASI Africa region. Beginning with, we're going to, in this discussion, begin with Director Tafari, and then SG Luwezi, and then we'll end with Chairman with SG Luwezi and Tafari getting 15 minutes each. However, before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about stuff. So the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement began in 1991, as we know, as the National People's Democratic Uhuru movement. Before that, it was the People's Democratic Uhuru movement. As InPDUM moved internationally, InPDUM became the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, moving into Africa, Europe, all throughout North America, amongst other places. Now, so this is important because wherever Africans are, we are. Wherever Africans are, InPDUM is. So what we want to talk about is moving the step forward, because we know that in the 2020 convention, InPDUM had developed these positions of regional coordinators following the party's regional strategy. However, offering a very real self-criticism, the InPDUM is struggling to overturn contradictions to completely fulfill that regional strategy. Amongst this is building InPDUM internationally into capacity on the continent. As a part of that discussion, we want to show a brief excerpt from the Africa Convention, InPDUM Africa pre-convention that was held August 21st, live on Facebook. These two reports that you hear will be from President Zakele Mkonza from South Africa, InPDUM, as well as Chairman Morlai Konta from APSP Sierra Leone. So let's go on and check out those two videos.
Nigeria and West Africa and South Africa in implementing the party programs from the February 26 Black Power Conference to the Bread, Peace and Black Power campaign in South Africa. This collaboration has helped strengthen our movement in West Africa in particular and at the continent in general. We believe in the continuation of this relationship as it helps us to understand the way neocolonialism operates in these colonized African states and strategies that we can set, that we can use to explain to the working class for the destruction of such a parasitic relationship that continue to exploit us for the interest of imperialism. Uhuru. Brothers and sisters, we have come this far, but not without challenges. since the nomination of our InPDUM national president. She has been struggling with her health since the demise of her husband. There is also a challenge of office capacity as we need to be located through our office address in the communities that we operate. So in this regard, we are making the following recommendation on this at this particular InPDUM pre-convention that is being hosted in South Africa, occupied Tanzania. Uhuru. Number one, in order to address our challenges and make the Uhuru movement in Sierra Leone more effective and efficient in its operation, we recommend the following: the provision of comprehensive study and educational materials for our comrades within the communities that we are operating. Two, the establishment of a functional office secretariat in Sierra Leone. Three, the acknowledgement of the Sierra Leone APSB Uhuru chapter into the International People Democratic Uhuru Movement International Executive Committee. For support for the empowerment of the Sierra Leone Uhuru Movement technical and vocational skill training project to promote interbranch visitation as well as branch participation at the international plenary conventions and any program that is being organized by this movement internationally and at the continent as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, I believe that with these recommendations, we have started to push the wheels forward to smash neocolonialism here in Sierra Leone and Africa in particular. As we move ahead, our comrades in Sierra Leone and in Twitter are putting modalities in place for them to have a conference that will address the social media and the mainstream media as to the role of socialism in the next state that we want to build in Sierra Leone. We are also coming up with a sport competition that we titled a revolutionary sport competition for the communities that we are operating to extend and expand our ideology beyond the limits and to get people involved into the movement in Sierra Leone. We are also extending our branch in Kano, the Diamond District in Sierra Leone, because we believe the neocolonialists put companies there. So we are very vibrant in destroying and smashing capitalism in that Diamond District that belongs to us. We, the working class, say power to the working class. We say power to the revolution. And I am here with my comrades who will extend that rural support to all comrades out there at this international convention. We have our comrade, Preacherman, who, if time permits us, will also give us a revolutionary song to close this report that I'm presenting presently. So, ladies and gentlemen, for now, I say Uhuru. One Africa, one nation. One nation, one Africa.
Uniform. So we are changing it as InPDUM now. We're saying 16th June is the day we remember the struggle to fight for Black power. We have to complete the revolution. InPDUM is here to complete the revolution. Let's continue to organize. So InPDUM has projects of BLA, which is Better Life Association. Better Life Association is a non-profit organization, also known as Black Government. That strives to improve the bad conditions that Africans are facing in our communities. So we are having projects and programs on healthcare, agriculture. So what we do usually is we move trash in the communities. Like during now, when the government was banning the food which they took from the African workers in the shacks, African who are hungry, they took the food back, which the African workers went to take their own food in the malls. The government came back to take it back and ban it. So as InPDUM, we were banning trash during that time, saying the Black government will ban trash in the Black communities while the government is banning the food while we are hungry. So we're also doing gardens in the local branches. Like here in Mpumalanga, we have a beautiful land that is fertile. So in Pinar local branches, we have encouraged local branch members to do gardens in their yard. So those gardens are preparations for community gardening of UPDEP. So we are planning to secure land where we're going to put a community garden. So now we have the skill of gardening. So we want to expand now the project to say we have a community garden here in Pinar under the project of UPDEP. So under economic front, since Deputy Chairwoman teaches us that economy and politics are one. So as InPDUM South Africa, we don't want man from the capitalists because anyone who gives you man controls you. So we ask money from the Africans around to donate. We have membership cards, which we also issue to generate money to run our branches. We're also saying, as we're saying, Africans are all over the world that are the ones who are funding this organization with donations, selling our things. So that's how we are funding ourselves as Africans, African workers. So our economic goals, what we want to see, as I've said, is that we want to continue to use the membership cards that we have printed to issue out in the local branches to generate income. So we finish them before we can go to the digital one, Vice President Matsamela. So we're going to finish the one we already printed. So we're gonna make some money on that one so we can run the organization. So we also want to open the offices in our local branches. So those offices will be run as economic development. So that's the plan for economic goals. We want to get Uzi here in Africa. The penning spear, we want to sell the penning spear. The branches must be able to sell the penning spear, so we can fund ourselves to run the organization. So in conclusion, I would just like to remind those who are watching that we are building in Mpumalanga, where I'm located now. We are building in Gauteng. We have contacts around all over South Africa, and also the southern region. We have contacts. So we need you to get organized to build branches for Black Power. Wherever you are located, join InPDUM South Africa. If you are in South Africa, build to fight to replace the colonial capitalist system. Let's build local branches, working groups, and local council. So we fight these colonial occupations and poor education, demand reparation. We are in a new period, as Chairman is teaching now during the Sunday studies. This is the new period. This is the organization to get us free in Africa. We are organizing everywhere, as you are seeing. We are calling you. So one Africa, one nation. We will continue to build, Chairman, as the work has started everywhere. We'll continue. It's a struggle. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. The philosophy is clear. We have to take the challenge as Africans. Chairman has laid the plan. Just take the challenge and fight for Black Power. Touch one, touch all. One Africa, one nation. Africa is related to Africa. Uhuru. Thank
Uhuru. So that was President Zakele and Chairman Morlai with their excerpts from the reports given to the Africa pre-convention held August 21st. Now, let's bring up Director Tafari as well as Eshi Luwezi and then Chairman Omali Eshatella. Now, beginning with Director Tafari, and you have 15 minutes. We just heard Chairman Morlai lay out some of the contradictions as well as some of the work taking place on the ground. over in West Africa, similarly with President Zakele. So, what in your mind, what is needed to build InPDUM throughout the continent as well as internationally?
Yeah, Uhuru, Comrade Vice President Matsamela. Firstly, I want to salute you, comrade, and the entire, leadership of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement for this, successful convention and 30th anniversary of this magnificent organization of ours. And I want to salute our chairman, our leadership, Omali Yeshitela, for just the entire struggle, the history of this entire Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, as well as this organization, InPDUM, which is now like 30 years in fighting on practical struggle where the masses of the people are, so like on the day one, you gave the history. So I just want to salute that, comrade. And I want to salute my Secretary General, S.G. Luiz Kinshasa, Deputy Chair Onazine Shitela, and the entire Central Committee of the APSP. Uhuru, comrade. Let me just quickly say that everything that InPDUM does is part of a strategy. Even the existence of InPDUM is part of a strategy. It's not something that someone just decided it's a nice idea or it's gonna look nice for the organization. So it has a role that it plays, and we have seen here on the continent the relevance of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, and this relevance is seen through like African masses of African people on a daily basis rising up, against one issue or another. Some of these struggles may be issue-based struggles sometimes, or most of the time they are spontaneous, movements that are erupting all over the continent. We saw with the whole thing in Nigeria, SARS, even a couple of years ago here, students in universities here protesting and so forth. And even today, all over the continent, the political engagement or, consciousness, it keeps developing. But then we need the intervention of African internationalism in order for us to take this whole struggle to its final conclusion. And, in terms of Africa, we have, through the African Socialist International, the regional structure here. We have the ASI Africa region, and this region has the same mandate as any other region, is to really build the party throughout the region, and that's what we are doing. And the party has constituent organizations and mass organizations in the form of InPDUM and other organizations like ABDEB and so forth. So the organization that gets to the people first in the townships, like where we are here in occupied Azania, is InPDUM. That's InPDUM because it deals with some of the day-to-day struggles that the people are confronted with on a daily basis within these neo-colonial states that we live under here all over the continent. Like let me just like quickly report in terms of I know that we have already Comrade Molai Conte, who is in Sierra Leone, and Comrade Zakele, who is here in Tanzania, have like basically reported on the work itself. And if you look at here in Tanzania, we have the party, and the party has put on the ground like a couple of branches, InPDUM branches, and these branches, they are able to report to a national structure here in the form of the National Executive Committee, uh, the Executive Committee, which is accountable to the International Executive Committee, which is headed by Comrade President Kalambai Antenet, who I would like to salute as well. A great leader of the African masses. So like this is a practical application of African internationalism, which was developed by Chairman Omali Shitela, and it informs everything that that we do. We are looking forward to the building of InPDUM across the continent, everywhere, because if you look at with neocolonialism, especially now since the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 1960s, you like people continue to resist, just because that organized consciousness in a way, like that whole understanding that now the whole people are resisting against foreign oppression in the form of the colonizer, just because that sense has sort of been lost. It has been lost because you see people in different countries talking about we fighting for jobs, we fighting for simply maybe electricity, or maybe we fighting for just even to get rid of one neo-colonialist and so forth. But then if you look in the 1960s, like the chairman has said, like you had people all over the world, in Africa, Europe, in Asia, South America, Central, and even in the belly of the beast in the United States. You had masses of colonized people rising up, and right now what we're seeing is these spontaneous organizations, not even organizations. If it's organizations, you find it's pretty bourgeois-led organizations, and if it's not organizations, you find it's movements that can easily be hijacked by the African petty bourgeoisie, who are not necessarily fighting for revolution, but then are fighting for just to get well adjusted in the social system that was born from colonizing African people, from colonialism, and continued oppression and domination of a whole African people. So now we're saying that as InPDUM, we make intervention. That's what we do. Always intervene through these spontaneous movements with science, with science and with a plan. So that's why we say African internationalism is a theory with a plan. Like now as we speak, we have a couple of lots of people that coming from what's called Nigeria right now, and when we do like, because when you join the African People's Socialist Party, you go through a vetting process, right? You go through an interview, and most of these like comrades from Nigeria have been in some other organization, and when they have to explain why you're leaving the other organization, it's always a matter of there's no strategy, or like we don't know where we're going in terms of like they can't respond to the fast changing world. You can see like imperialism is in a crisis, deep crisis across the world, in Afghanistan, even Venezuela, and everywhere, so like colonized people are getting more and more courage, but then courage itself alone is not enough. We need organization that is informed by by a theory that explains the world as it is, and explains the origin of this whole social system, that affects every single human being in the world. So this is the thing that makes the Uhuru movement and the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement most relevant everywhere across the continent. So this is just part and parcel of building the African revolution and getting people from where they are, especially. So that's why we always speak about winning people back into political life, because that's what happened with the defeat of the Black Revolution. The people were pushed out of political life, like generalized demoralization everywhere. Like if you speak someone like myself, if I speak to my parents about revolution, it's always say, no, the first one, if this thing failed before, how do you think you're gonna make it happen, and things like that. No, just get a job, like just see how you can be successful somehow in this system. And there's no confidence in African people being able to get total liberation, from white power. So this is something that's happening everywhere. But then we see people protesting, like for year on a daily, like in South Africa, if you turn on the TV, you will see a report on a protest, some highway blocked, or like tires being bent on the street all the time on a daily basis. But then this doesn't like really like transform the social system. Actually, it doesn't do that. The way for us to do that is to get power. So that's why in terms of what we're doing right now currently, because if you look at the history of the International African Socialist International, you'll see that the chairman and the party resolved that they're going to look for Africans everywhere and train them to become revolutionaries. That's why some of us are here. We like everything, whatever articulation that I may be expressing right now is because the party has trained me to be like that, to be that, to be that organizer or that revolutionary. So you find that a lot of Africans, even in the townships, they don't have that experience. So the party trains and these are African workers to become revolutionaries, to learn some of the things that we don't take seriously as far as like our own interests are concerned. We can go to work and do what the boss tells us to do, but then when it comes to our own organizations, there is a lot of liberalism, there's a lot of lack of professionalism. So right now in terms of the Africa region, that's something that we have experienced, but now we are fighting to overturn that. We are professionalizing everything from membership. In terms of membership, everything must be like captured properly, and we are winning like lots and lots of members in Occupied Tanzania in South Africa. Like we have 4 branches actually, 3 here in the Gauteng province, and we also have 1 dynamic branch where President Zakele is located in Mpumalanga, and you're getting more and more. We have actually membership in virtually almost every province here in South Africa, and in Sierra Leone as well, because South Africa and Sierra Leone, these are the 2 points where InPDUM is building in terms of branches and growing membership. So we are using this to really win territory, because that's what the regional strategy by the chairman says, that we have power and win territory and fight for dual and contending power. But then for us to do that, we must win the people, and that's what we are doing. So we want to know that how much influence, or how much what's our presence in Sierra Leone, what's our presence in Occupied Tanzania, and so forth. So you're going to be seeing more and more branches coming through here in Occupied Tanzania and Sierra Leone as well, and the membership is open to Africans all over the continent, and I'm sure all over the world, to become members of this organization InPDUM. So yeah, I just want to really salute Chairman Omali Shitela for always analyzing the world and seeing what needs to be done, because we can't be dogmatic about anything and say this is just this is just what it is. But we look at the world and the requirements for us to make this thing happen. It's what informs us, in terms of what needs to be done at any given time. So yeah, I just want to salute you, Comrade Mazamela, President Kalambai, Comrade Dexter, and all the organizers in terms of the leadership of InPDUM. So yeah, I will end it there, Comrade. I know I have a couple of seconds left. Uhuru.
Uhuru, salute to Chairman Tafari, salute to your report. Now we are going to move to SG Loazy. Remember, if you have some questions, go on and toss those questions into the comments, and the moderators will grab those questions. But now let's move to SG Loazy and propose that same question. What do you believe needs to be done to build InPDUM internationally? I know last year you had a dynamic presentation about the development of the Revolutionary National Democratic Program on the continent and things like that. So I'm eager to hear what you have to say now.
Yes, sure. Can you hear me?
in 15 minutes.
Uhuru, Vice President Masamola, thank you for this opportunity to be on this very critical panel. I just want to salute leadership chairman of Madisena, the founder of the Uhuru movement of the party and also of the InPDUM, responsible for hosting this convention. I want to salute DC owner for being an example of professionalism, efficiency, and competence when it comes to running institutions of the African People's Socialist Party. I want to salute the entire Central Committee of the APSP. I want to salute President Kalambai and the International Executive Committee of InPDUM. And I also want to extend appreciation to Director Ajit Prop, Akili, and the team for giving us opportunity to share this panel, this whole convention with international body. And also to send salutations to the leadership of our APSC and UCM, Comrade Penny Hess, and also Comrade JC. And I also want to salute everybody who's listening, all the members of InPDUM. I just wanted to begin with this presentation by just alerting everyone to, the significance of InPDUM as another musician artist that's been assassinated in prison in Rwanda. And it is important because nobody's going to talk about it because Rwanda's government is defended by the entire imperialist system, all the media, they support him. So they will just in passing say something, but they will not mobilize the people of the world to take a stand or denounce Kagame. They will not do that. And it's very important to know because this was the most popular rapper, musician in Rwanda. He was jailed from April, and as usual on the bogus charges. And he's not the only star being killed. Last year in February, another one. In fact, I didn't say his name. His name was his rapper's name was J. Polly. And before that, last year in February, another big star in Rwanda. We're not talking about small star, big stars. Everybody knows and everybody likes. And this one, his name was Kizito Mihigo. He was also killed in prison. So almost in a space of, let's say, 15 months, Kagame has managed to kill two big stars in Rwanda because they are opposed to his policies of murder and assassination of anyone who disagrees with his narrative of what happened to Rwanda. I think it's important because this also what InPDUM is about: defend the basic rights, the basic democratic right, the basic freedom of expression for Africans anywhere on the planet, the African working class, with his mass organization, this vanguard mass organization InPDUM must come to the rescue, must defend everyone. And we are just in a very critical period, and everyone can see in the last, let's say, what, in the last 15 months, less than 2 years, 2020 and 2021, there are years nobody can forget. We've been talking for a long time of the decline of the United States, but just like this climate change, it's been going on for some times, but it's not a debate anymore that there is a climate change, and there is no debate anymore that there is a decline of the United States. And you can take the demonstrations, so the mass struggle that emerged after the assassination of George Floyd. You have the mass struggle that emerged in Palestine. You have the victory of the Taliban, and you can also add the who are the really looters. You've seen in South Africa, just to see that how the world is changing, how the anti-colonial struggle which is really key, the driving force to change the world. Although they might not refer to what happened in South Africa as an anti-colonial struggle, but it's a manifestation of an incomplete revolution in South Africa. And we can also see that the rise of anti-colonial struggle means also the rise of anti-colonial leadership. And the critical thing is InPDUM is a part of the rising anti-colonial leadership in the world, because we are part of the world that's shifting, that's changing, and we see the rise of anti-colonial struggles, like Taliban in Afghanistan, things like that. We too are part of that. And the good thing is that in Africa, in the United States, wherever we are, if we are not, we have to struggle to be the leading force of this new rising anti-colonial struggle and anti-colonial leadership, because the African PD bourgeoisie has surrendered a long time ago. And so we should not allow African PD bourgeoisie to be in a position of leadership anywhere, because as a class, they have surrendered. Although there's a sector that doesn't consider itself as a sellout like that, because we can see the struggle taking place in Mali, for example, Central African Republic, where clearly there is a struggle between the Africans who want to push the French out. And that struggle is still led by the African PD bourgeoisie, which is problematic, but is a part of the world that is changing. And it makes sense now for us to build or to rebuild InPDUM. Not only we have to deal with the assassinations where we are in London, in Europe, but also outside Europe, where most of the Africans are coming from. They have maintained, links or relationships from places of or countries of their birth. So this struggle basically to rebuild the anti-colonial movement. InPDUM has to be in the center of that. And being in Europe, this is where most of the resources stolen from Africa are located. This is where the supports to the African neo-colonial leadership are coming from. This is where a lot of wealth stolen from Africa, but also the African PD bourgeoisie is stored. They come to spend their holidays and things like that here. So building InPDUM in centers of imperialist cities is critical, because what he does, he basically not only exposes the international character of African revolution, but he also make the leadership of the African working class here in Europe, but also begin to project the African working class leadership at home as well, because the struggle at home where African PD bourgeoisie is at its strongest, because they are in the governments, they have money, they have all these positions, stuff like that. But the struggle of the African working class, to take root throughout Africa has to benefit from different struggles of African working class in the US, in Europe, and throughout the world. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to rebuild InPDUM in London. This is something we've been working on, so we can begin to have mass rallies in October. But what needs to happen that we have to deal with what we might characterize because we are in the European region. So you may consider that as the so-called domestic agenda, European region. We have to deal with the immigration, which is all the time. Immigration is a big issue all the time. Africans, some of them, they came here as a children. Some of them are born here. Some of them have children here. And these Africans who have been asked by the British ruling class to leave the Caribbean to come to work here have been made illegal and being deported. Every African should be, outraged that the British can deport Africans who have built this country, who have been called again, after the Second War to come to Europe and rebuild England. We have already paid for the right to be here, for the right to be schooled here, for the right to get on a public transport. We have paid more than anybody for the right to be anywhere there is a capitalist economy, as we know now, born out of colonialism. So we've got the right to be here. So that's one aspect. We have at the rally. So basically, we organize around immigration around the prison. As you know, the black population in prison is disproportionately high. Prisons always being filled, stuffed with African people, particularly young African men. So we be doing monthly rallies outside those prisons, what's happening to our children, defend our children, not only to expose that, but to win Africans to organization, to win them to InPDUM. We'll be organizing around the education. We'll be not just, mobilizing around mandatory African history and things like that in the petition. Last time we did that, we collect thousands of signatures. So we want to relaunch that. And also in the same way, also we'll be having our own alternative, our own education in process. But the idea is to mobilize across that. We have, of course, the police containment in terms of what they call here stop and search, tasing of Africans. That's regularly occurring in England. So immigration, education, prison, and police containment and housing. Africans community being gentrified, but not only gentrified, but also Africans being, of course, that's part of gentrification, evicted. So that's another big issue. So we'll be doing that. And we hope to have by the summer, we did that only once when InPDUM was at its strongest, London Convention. This is the part of rebuilding basically InPDUM to begin with in London. And then I'll be looking with the party in the region how we can build InPDUM throughout the region. And we have also the issue of reparation. The issue of reparation is magnified because not only African population based in London here, we're demanding for historical reason. Africans have been demanding reparation just from the Jamaica, Bahamas, Barbados, different islands. That is ongoing. But we also demand reparation for the ongoing exploitation of African people in terms of the cooperation. British have access. The British capitalists are, if not the biggest the biggest mine owners in Africa. So that's also for us to be outside their headquarters demanding reparation. Of course, we have the multinationals, the IMF, the World Bank, all these. So who are the really looters? So reparation is also one aspect of that. We're also organizing solidarity with Venezuela. We're also organizing in support of the Black people struggle outside Europe, outside Africa, like Colombia, Brazil, Papua New Guinea. All these we've put in calendar so that we can have a really a comprehensive InPDUM mobilization, and and the main goal of this mobilization basically to have our membership built. So we want to be known as, the, fiercest fighters in defense of African basic democratic right and the right to organize for in defense of our national basic democratic right, but also what is really important is to complete the Black Revolution. We are an anti-colonial organization. So basically, when we say complete the Black Revolution, we mean complete the decolonization. So InPDUM has to be known as the leading mass organization of the struggle to complete the Black Revolution, to complete the decolonization of the Black nation. So these are just some of the aspects. If I might just say in less than a minute, one aspect I didn't mention that we need really to mobilize around is the question of war. Africa is always at war. In the last 600 years, Africa is always at war, and in many ways. And sometimes take the form of wars that everyone is familiar with, with the bombs, cannons, airplane, things like that, like in Ethiopia, like in the Congo, like in Somalia, like in Mozambique, all those places. Nobody talk about it. So InPDUM has to be also at the leading of these anti-colonial wars as part of the process of building a new anti-colonial movement and the leadership of the African working class to guarantee the leadership of the African working class everywhere. So these are some of the things you will be definitely hearing from London, from next month until, throughout next year. So I just want to once again appreciate InPDUM and the Vice President and President Kanambai for giving me the opportunity. I look forward to further developments in the meeting. So I appreciate that. Welcome, mate.
Uhuru. So now we have Chairman Omala Yeshitela Uhuru, Chairman. So those are some dynamic comments. So Uhuru. So now we got Chairman. So Chairman, you heard from Zakele Morlai, Eshi Luwezi, and Director Tafari. So what do you think?
First of all, Mafrika, Comrade Matsamela, I want to Vice President Matsamela, I want to express my appreciation for your introduction and also extend my warmest, deepest, profound appreciation to the leadership of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, especially Comrade President Kalambai Andanet. And there are others, the entire International Exec Committee, and all of you comrades who have preceded me in the presentations. Comrades Luwezi, Secretary General Comrade Luwezi Kinshasa, Comrade Zakele Mokondo from occupied Tanzania, South Africa, the President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement in South Africa, Comrade Tafari Mugeri, who is the Secretary General of the who's the Director of Organization of the party, African People's Socialist Party's work on the continent of Africa. I want to express appreciation to Comrade Morlai there in Sierra Leone. And also I want to extend a shout to the comrades that we can see who is always with Comrade Morlai in Sierra Leone when he presents, and just say how the body, and hope the body good. I want to say is relate to Africa, to comrades there in South Africa, and to all of us, all of our comrades globally. And so it's a really important convention that's occurring today. We've heard many people speak to that reality. We see happening in the world today just a fundamental, profound transformation that, as Comrade Secretary General Luwezi has said before, has been happening in a very serious way, but has not been that obvious to many people. It's sort of like a dialectical process where sometimes unseen movement growing in intensity, growing in extent, turns into just fundamental transformation to qualitative change in the world. And I think that we are approaching a place where this qualitative change is becoming much more obvious. And as we know, for the last almost 600 years, Africa has lived under foreign and colonial domination. Certainly African people have been under assault. The war that Africa has been fighting is a minimum of 600 years. And that's when we just talk about what Europe's intervention in Africa alone. So 600 years of struggle, of resistance, and we are still here. And I think that's something really important for us to understand, because what happens to us is that, unfortunately, we see the struggles that we are involved in some of the locations to which we have been forcibly dispersed at gunpoint, using terror and various other forms of violence. We perceive too often these as struggles that's particularly peculiar to the location where we are. And we measure the extent, we measure the endurance of those struggles by what's happening right there. But the fact is that African people globally have been engaged in a struggle with Europe in particular, with this starting with this transatlantic slave trade that developed into a whole new political economy of the world. This has been going on for 600 years. It has transformed the whole world. The world was changed as a consequence of Portuguese in 1415, Portugal in 1415, initiated the process of capturing and selling African people around the world that created a whole new world economy. And so Africa has been engaged. And so when we talk about taking on the struggles that we're involved in today, it is taking on a struggle that has been informed, contextualized by the emergence of this capitalist social system coming at the expense of the attack on Africa, the capture of African resources, and especially human resources, which will have not only been worked to death on the continent of Africa itself, but dispersed around the world and worked to death in so many instances every place else. That's reshaped the whole globe. The whole planet has been reshaped as a consequence of this war that Europe has made against Africa and African people. Again, that resulted in the development of a whole new social system. We are materialists. And so we don't attribute this change, this transformation to any kind of mystery. We don't look for extraterrestrial forces having been responsible for this. We don't try to find anything mysterious about it. The fact is, it's right in front of our faces. What has happened to us has come as a consequence of human intervention in the lives of Africa and African people that has resulted in a tremendous theft of resources from our people, from our Africa, the dispersal of our Africa, our people, and the collection of resources going to Europe, to white power, to white people, that has resulted in their development, and that relies a development that relies on the continuing exploitation and oppression of African people, that relies on the ongoing dispersal, the ongoing division of Africa and African people. And so this is what we are dealing with. And that's why this convention is so important, because if we look at what's happening in the world, that world order that was created through colonial capitalism, that started with Africa, that moved around the world, where we see oppressed peoples, the majority of the people on the planet Earth, living under a form of colonial domination, either direct colonial domination or indirect colonial domination. And we talk about indirect colonial domination, we speak to this issue of neo-colonialism. That is colonialism in a new face, a new form of colonialism, a new situation in the sense that initially we talked about colonialism, it was directly colonialism where you had direct white power, direct colonial power living on top of us and immediately and directly extracting our wealth and resources, until the growth of consciousness among the African people and other people around the world, the growth of organization that made direct colonialism impossible, because the people were able to see the white man as the enemy, the white man who was crushing us, the white man who was stealing all of our resources. And so it became necessary for the white man to disguise himself and not to come in his own face, because the growth in consciousness and organization of the masses of our people. That's why colonialism took a new form. It's called neo-colonialism. It's called indirect rule. So as opposed to ruling us directly with a white man standing over us with whip and cannon, it became necessary to retreat and put forth Africans and other colonized people in different locations to function as white power indirectly, white power in blackface, white power in brownface, etc. And now this world that they have created is under a tremendous pressure as a consequence of the growing struggles of people who have determined not to live like this anymore. And one of the outstanding examples of the resistance that's been going on for forever to this order, the resistance that helps us to understand that capitalism was doomed to failure, not because of some kind of inherent internal contradiction in the European countries, whether that's America or England and France, but because capitalism itself is something that is created on a fault line of the oppression, colonial domination of Africa and peoples around the world, and Africans and peoples around the world are determined to be free and will fight for freedom and have fought for freedom. And this struggle of African and oppressed peoples to take back our freedom, our dignity, our resources is the thing that has created this profound crisis, ever-growing crisis of a system that built itself, that actually needs, that actually requires, that cannot survive without stealing our resources, and therefore every struggle we make is a threat to its continuing existence. It's an existential threat. And the outstanding thing right now, this very moment, after we've seen the incredible, magnificent revolutionary movement of the people in Vietnam, the people in Vietnam who belied this whole concept, this whole thing that's being preached all the time, to the oppressed, that you can't fight the oppressor because the oppressor has all the guns and all the resources and all the technology, all this thing, and therefore it's useless to fight against them. And then we saw that the people in Vietnam, starting with sticks and rocks and things like that, were able to make war against the colonizer with a stick, with a rock, and with a stick and a rock were able to take the gun and the grenade launcher from a colonizer and use that as a part of the effort to build our own capacity to struggle. And similarly, we've seen that in Afghanistan, and we saw the major crisis in Vietnam, where the Vietnamese people actually audaciously made a statement that it is true that a small country can defeat a large country, that this oppressed people with organization, with revolutionary fervor, who would adhere to the words of Ho Chi Minh, that there's nothing more precious than freedom and independence, that this people can actually beat this behemoth, can drive them out of our lands and win our freedom. And there's no doubt that 20 years after the initiation of this war by the United States against the people of Afghanistan, that resulted in overthrowing a government and in placing in power its own puppet regime, its own neo-colonial forces that they put in place. The people didn't elect them. They put the people in place to dominate the people in Afghanistan. And what we've seen is that the Afghan people themselves have finally overthrown this ruthless, vicious occupying force, just like colonial occupation is always vicious, whether it's in Afghanistan or whether it's in South Africa in one of the townships, or whether it's in North St. Louis in the United States or someplace else. It's vicious, brutal, it is ruthless, it is without conscience, it is without pity, it is without shame, it is vicious in terms of how it imposes its will on oppressed peoples everywhere. And the Afghan people doubtlessly learned from the struggle of the people of Vietnam. And even though in Vietnam you had a workers' revolutionary party that was committed to a communist outcome on the one hand, and then in Afghanistan you have an organization, the Taliban, that is informed by a religious belief. But both in Vietnam and in Afghanistan, the thing that makes it uniquely common is colonialism. And so the Vietnamese fought against colonialism, and the Afghan fought against colonialism and fought against this occupation, just like the Vietnamese did, first with the French, and first with the Japanese and the French, and then the United States. And then in Afghanistan, we've seen a similar situation. I'm sure the people learned from that. So the world has changed, and the power of colonialism is something that has certainly been undermined as a consequence of what we see there. And that has a lot to do with the situation that we are talking about now in terms of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement and this amazing convention that we are experiencing today. a 30 years anniversary, 30 years of struggle of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. And what made that possible is that for the first time in history, the African people, the African nation has its own revolutionary organization in the form of the African People's Socialist Party. It crosses the globe. It's every place Africans are, the African People's Socialist Party exists. But it's not just the fact that the African nation has its own party. The African nation has its own party with a grasp on the future that's based on an understanding, a science of revolution that helps us to know that not only must there be a struggle for national liberation, we've seen that before with African people, but this struggle for national liberation must be under the leadership of the African working class. And this is not some romantic attachment to the working class. It is recognition of the reality that it is the working people who produce all the value, that the African middle class, petty bourgeoisie, they don't create value. The bankers don't create value. Stockbrokers don't create value and wealth. It is working people. It is ordinary human beings who lay our hands to nature and create value, engage in the struggle to produce life that creates all the value. And the problem that we have is that we became victim to a social system, the emergence of a social system. You know that there's a man whose name was Karl Marx who played a really important role in helping to develop the science of society. And what he concluded some time ago was that there were various modes of production, as he characterized them. And I'm not going to get into the fact that there are aspects of this was absolutely wrong, but he talked about these modes of production being first what he called primitive communism or primitive communalism, and then where everybody lived equally, where there was no oppression, no exploitation, etc. But moving from that, because somehow even under this situation, surplus was developed, so that while people under primitive communism, primitive communalism shared everything collectively, owned everything collectively, did not oppress, did not exploit, that somehow they emerged, according to Marx, this process where there was an accumulation that, of resources that was greater than what was needed by the collective, and the question of who would own this greater accumulation of wealth, these resources became a factor, and the one who commanded control of this became a new ruling class and established a system of slavery. This is not the slavery that we are familiar with in terms of what has happened to African people, but slavery going back to Europe. And this is effectively what he's talking about and what Marx was talking about. So a new mode of production emerged that's called slavery, where the two poles within this social system was the slave owner and those who slaved. Those who slaved to work for nothing and gave everything that they produced to the slave owner, who didn't do anything except collect those resources. And from this, Marx says that because of the contradictions that were inherent in that kind of mode of production, that where the surplus value went to the nobility, went to the landlords and things like that. There emerged from this social system, because of this contradiction, Marx said that there's something else happened that he called the capitalist mode of production. And then Marx predicted from capitalism there would be communism. But the thing that is problematic with what Marx predicted is that he couldn't get from feudalism to capitalism easily. So he came up with the concept of what he characterized as the primitive accumulation of capital. And in so doing, he defined the oppression and exploitation of Africa and African people and other peoples around the world as some kind of auxiliary, some kind of thing that was significant to the development of Europe, but had no other kind of significance. But what he was defining with primitive accumulation of Africa, that among other of the primitive accumulation of capital, the starting point of capitalism, he said it had to do with turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. And he talked about other kinds of things that Europe was doing to take resources, where England fought China and started the dope trade and brought all kinds of drugs, turned China into a nation of junkies. He talked about other kinds of things that happened in the world. But what Marx was defining was colonialism. And a weakness of Marx's assessment was he went from what he called primitive communism, and he went from there to what he called slavery, and he went from there to what he called feudalism in Europe. That's what feudalism was in Europe, that lasted for 1,000 years of impoverished kind of Europe. But to get from feudalism in Europe, he made this great leap, and he leaped over the fact that there was another mode of production. And this mode of production is what we call colonialism. And this colonialism is something that stands on its own. But it was the first time that the whole world was now connected, and there was no longer just Europe over by itself and Africa by itself and all these other countries. It's one world economy. And that this world economy was a colonial capitalist economy. So when we see this crisis that's happening, you can't look for a solution to this crisis by what's going to happen with the European working class or the American white workers in the industrial places. The essence of this contradiction is to be found in the colonies. This is the center of the real class struggle in the real world. And so that's what's happening around the world. You see this explosion of resistance. And now this resistance is gaining greater consciousness as a consequence of African internationalism. African internationalism is a philosophy that guides the work of the African People's Socialist Party that is spreading revolution throughout the world where every African people are located. And our revolution was defeated in the 1960s because it was separate, because it did not have the ability to be united, because every effort to unite it was attacked. Nkrumah was attacked. He tried to unite it. Lumumba was murdered. He tried to do it. And other forces around the world, this revolution came under attack. And one of the reasons this attack was successful, because it was not a movement, it was not a revolutionary movement that was centered, that has its origin, that has its foundation in the African working class, where the foundation of capitalism itself rests. The foundation of capital, the original working class, was the African working people who produced all this value. And now, for the first time in history, the African working class has its own party. And the African nation has the advantage of a working class that can lead the African revolution. And so the responsibility of the African revolutionary movement, the responsibility of the African People's Socialist Party, is to solve the problems of the revolution. And one of the problems of the revolution was the dispersal of the African working class. The fact that false national consciousness had been created all around the world, where at one time we were African people without borders, living without borders, etc. 4 artificial borders have been created. We have been given new identities, false identities, who American Negroes and Black Brits and Ghanaians and Somalis and all these other things that separate and keep us separated one from the other. And what the African People's Socialist Party had to do, among other things, was solve the problem of the revolution. That included that we had to recognize that the so-called African revolution had run into its limitations when it was trying to be won, fought, forged within the context of these borders that had been created by white power, within the false national consciousness that had been imposed on us. And so what we had to do was also to solve this problem of organization. Marcus Garvey was so clear around this question, and he was clear around various questions that we're having to deal with today, because he was able to say Africa, Africa, for Africans at home and abroad. At home, of course, was in Africa, and abroad was all the various places that Africans have been dispersed to. And so the African People's Socialist Party, in the face of the defeat of our revolution, in the face of the murders of our leaders, from Black Panthers and the co-founder of the African People's Socialist Party in the United States, from Lumumba and Nkrumah and other African forces around the world, subsequent to that, now you have a party who's pulling it all back together again, with recreating the kind of leadership that we have to have, fulfilling the understanding that was put forth by Marcus Garvey, recognizing that we had to become Garveyites ourselves, 21st century Garveyites, That's what African internationalism is. That's what the African Socialist International that we pulled together is all about. So what do? We create African revolutionaries, African organizations. And that means that we have to take the revolution to all the places that it used to be. And the fact is that everybody who is an African cannot participate in this revolution as revolutionaries directly, but they can become part of revolutionary organization. And what makes it revolutionary organization is the fact that it fulfills the strategic aim of Revolutionary Party, the African People's Socialist Party. And one of the things that had to do was to create this organization that could fight for basic democratic rights. The International People's Democratic Uhuru movement fulfilled that mission. And that's the thing that's brought African working people together all around the world. In the townships in South Africa, in North St. Louis in the United States, in Brixton, in London, in the various other places where we live around the world, whether it's in Bermuda, whether it's in the Bahamas, whether it's in Jamaica, all these other places in the Caribbean, we are being pulled together with a single organization, with a single theory, with a single mission. And part of that mission has been being accomplished with the party's creation of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement to bring masses of African people. So they might not come ready to make the revolution, but they are come prepared to fight against police murder. They are coming prepared to fight to free our brothers and sisters from these hellholes, these prisons. They are coming to fight to try to deal with the economic outcomes of the neo-colonial puppet regimes who won't build a hospital in Africa, who won't build a university in Africa because they can send their children to Amsterdam, they can send their children to Paris and England and things like that. And so now the working class has its own organization fighting to do what's necessary, and the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement represents that. And it's spreading the African revolution throughout the world. It's bringing the African working class back into revolutionary organization, even if members of the working class are not immediately prepared to declare themselves as revolutionaries because of the strategy of the African People's Socialist Party, because for the first time, the African working class has its own revolutionary organization that has assumed the responsibility of solving the problems of the revolution and completing the revolution of the 1960s that was defeated militarily all around the world, not only in Ghana and Congo, but in Bolivia and throughout various other places around the world. That revolutionary movement is rebuilding, and that is the significance of building the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement internationally. That's what we're doing. And we have the advantage of a vanguard party. We have the advantage of revolutionaries who assume the responsibility to make it happen, who assume the responsibility. These are individual cadres who will go through anything to win our freedom, whose profession is revolution. Even though they may be involved in a struggle against police murder, their profession is not fighting against police murder. Their profession is revolution, which means taking power for the African working class, pushing colonialism directly or indirectly out of our lives, and so that we can become a free and independent, self-governing people once again, in association with all of the working and oppressed peoples around the world who, as a consequence of our process, will themselves become free. That's what we are about. That's what International People's Democratic Uhuru movement is all about. So that's what the struggle is. That's the significance of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, because it is an instrument of a revolutionary party that is intent on winning our freedom, that is being filled with revolutionary cadre, disciplined cadre, who recognize that the morality, socialist morality, is a key thing, anti-corrupt forces who fight for the masses of our people and not just for self-interest. And self-interest in any way, it's the masses who are fundamental to what we're doing. And it's a revolutionary movement that solves all the problems, that has even been able to win sectors of a colonizer under the leadership of this revolution. So not only are we fighting this revolution in the townships in Everton West in South Africa, in places like North St. Louis, in places in Philadelphia in our African communities, but we have now been able, the African revolution under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, to send forces into the colonizers' communities, into their households, into their neighborhoods, etc. These are colonizers themselves. who have come to be able to unite with the struggle against colonialism because they recognize that the victory of the African Revolution means the victory of the working and oppressed peoples of the world. And so they've been able to unite with that. And that's why it is so significant for what it is that we're doing. This 30th anniversary convention that we're having on today, calling on the African workers to stand up, let's get it done and what have you. And this significance of building the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement internationally is something that also is being addressed. And I want to express my appreciation to comrades Akeli, Tafari, Luwezi, Morlai, and everyone who has participated in this process. And of course, I mentioned Secretary General Luwezi, and then Comrade President Kalambai Andernet. And I also want to extend, comrades, greetings from the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party, who normally would be here with me, where physically where this convention is occurring. But you may know that she's unable to be here because she's preoccupied having to deal with the recent death of her son from the colonial virus. And but I'm sure she's with us in terms of the Zoom platform, et cetera. And she demanded that I bring to you greetings from her and a recognition that notwithstanding the difficulties she may be going through personally, that her commitment to this revolution has never wavered, and that she's doing everything even now to forward this struggle and to help to build the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement internationally. Is related to Africa. No compromise, no surrender. Uhuru.
Uhuru, yeah, we're fired up, and you know what? And we want to just formally acknowledge Deputy Chair, you, Chairman, and your loss. So yeah, that's something that we know we'll sum up even more later. But yeah, we want to thank the Deputy Chair for her comments and acknowledge the seriousness of the loss that of her son Octavius that reigned throughout the entire African nation. I want to, as we transition to the next panel, first say that I saw some dynamic comments. Some of your comments and your questions will be interacted with by our moderators as well, be brought to our question and answer portion later on today. I wanted to present a resolution, and if you united with the resolution, you can say so in the comments. But this is resolution number 1, a resolution of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement convention held virtually on the dates September 3rd through 5th, 2021, on building the African resistance now on the African continent. Whereas the Burning Spear newspaper is the oldest African revolutionary newspaper and continues print since 1968 and is the international voice of the African Revolution. Whereas the International People's Democratic Movement has membership throughout Africa and Europe. Whereas InPDUM maintains a monthly column in the Burning Spear entitled African Resistance Now that speaks towards mass struggles and campaigns led by the African People's Socialist Party and InPDUM, such as Black Community Control of Police, African Charged Genocide, and African reparations claim. Whereas the African Resistance Now column also speaks towards important popular topics that the African working class are concerned with, such as bring African internationalist clarity to things like sports, music, and even video games. Whereas the widespread distribution of African Resistance Now is an important outreach tool that closes the distance in space and time between Africans of the continent and those forcefully dispersed African nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement Convention held virtually on the dates of September 3rd through 5th, 2021. Section 1, InPDUM International Office of Information and Education will regularly produce an African Resistance Now pamphlet to be read and distributed and or sold by branches in Africa. This resolution shall be in full force and in effect immediately upon its adoption and approval in the manner provided by the Constitution of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement and rules and procedures. So if you unite with this, just type yes, Uhuru, yay, or whatever. If you don't unite with this, then type that inside the comments as well. You can also use the hand feature. Uhuru. Uhuru, everybody, Uhuru. So the Uhurus have it. This is something that came directly out of the Africa Pre-Convention, which was to get African resistance now. And it's even with the stories coming out of the US and other parts of the dispersed African nation as a tool towards having the class on the continent understand the international magnitude of the organizing taking place with InPDUM. So I really salute to that. And on that note, let's bring up Dexter Mlumwengu, who is the International Information and Education Coordinator for InPDUM. Uhuru, Dexter. Yeah.
Uhuru. I just want to appreciate that last panel and all the participants of that panel. Briefly, I really just want to remind everybody that, again, we are still raising resources. We're still trying to reach this $10,000 goal by the end of the weekend. We currently need $2,923 to make this goal. And again, this is for the sustainment of InPDUM to fund our various campaigns and our institutions. So we're calling everybody to help us meet this goal. I have no doubt that we can meet this goal by the end of this weekend. I just want to shout out some new donors. We have a $100 donation from Comrade Jesse Todd, Uhuru Jesse. Also a $25 donation from Comrade Maiza, Uhuru Maiza. And again, you can donate on npdum.org/donate. Like you can donate today, you can also make a pledge to donate at a certain date in the future. So our next panel is called Getting Fit for the Revolution. Getting fit for the revolution now, not just getting fit. So we're talking about physical fitness, yes, but it goes well beyond that. We're talking about mental fitness, emotional fitness, being able to fortify yourself mentally and emotionally, because this struggle is not just going to be a physical one. You know, white power attacks on every front, physically, our mental, our emotional. We need to make sure they're intact, and we need to make sure we can control our emotions. So I'm very happy to bring on our next panel, although I do feel some type of way, Vice President Massimo, that I wasn't asked to be part of this panel, but it's cool though. Next up, so I want to bring on comrades Kobina Bantashengo, Michelle Odom, Dr. Aisha Fields, Comrade Michael Parker, and Chairman Amalia Shatella. Who, comrades, how y'all doing today?
Comrade, glad to be here.
Yeah, Kobina, look, I see you on that Uhuru Health Fitness page, man. I'm trying to give you competition on there. It's really inspiring stuff.
Wow, man, come with it.
Yes, sir. Of course. So I think we're gonna kick it off with you, Kobina. How we get fit for the revolution, comrade? Help us out.
Uhuru. And I appreciate the opportunity for being here and around the question of fitness. I really want to have to salute, my direct leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella. And as you know, if anybody know or have worked out with the chairman, the chairman is the true standard of fitness, you know what I'm saying? And it, all the way around, you know what I'm saying? Because the chairman sets the standard, for what it is to be a revolutionary. Mm-hmm. And so I took two different approaches to this question. Is one, like I said, we have to use the chairman as the standard, because he's not just getting fit for his own individual self. He gets fit for the revolution, which all these other components that you mentioned, they gel together. Like, you have to be prepared to fight this revolution for the long haul, in every aspect, physically, mentally, emotionally. You have to be prepared to struggle in this revolution. And I think the chairman sets that example in every way, health, food, so that's a little bit what we're going to talk about today. And I also, want to salute the InPDUM committee, President Columbayi and Danette, and the whole IEC of the InPDUM for this magnificent convention and opportunity to talk a little bit about fitness and being fit for the revolution. And if we haven't seen anything in this last period with the colonial virus that they call COVID-19, we've seen that we need to be prepared on all fronts. We gotta have supplements. We gotta be able to get our bodies to the best place for it to fight this colonial virus on every level, and one thing, and it doesn't have to be, sometimes when people think about exercise, they think about this strenuous thing that, they just don't want to do, but we're going to take it from the approach that, one, it doesn't have to be that way. Because even if you did, something like 30 minutes a day minimum, what I'm saying, walk 30 minutes a day, do jumping jacks. So we're going to give you a couple of tips. But like I said, I wanted to look at that from that angle of an individual revolutionary that's trying to stay fit, and even just everyday Africans that's just trying to stay fit, or trying to get in better shape to allow your body to fight off any virus that comes in contact with you, and also help you to better prepare mentally for the revolution. But like the chairman, again, the chairman don't do anything. The chairman takes it to the next level. And that's how we built the All People's Tyrone Lewis Community Gym that, lasted for over 20 years, and I had the first slide there because it really just, signifies that when we talk about like health disparities that exist in the African community, that's not enough to identify it. And that's the approach of the African People's Social Party. That's African internationalism. That is not enough to be able to identify it and know it. What is the solution? What's the way forward? And you'll hear this reverberated through every aspect of our work, because we always have the way forward. We're looking for the way forward. We're struggling for the way forward. And like the chairman said, it's not enough to know, your history or know what's going on in the world. Our responsibility is to change it. And so we built the Tyrone Lewis Community Gym to deal with the health disparities in the community, where it began to allow us to have a physical way, a tangible way to actually change the health conditions that people were fighting right there in St. Petersburg, right there in the working class, the African working class community. And if you know about the Uhuru Health Fair that happens on a consistent basis, that we deal with the health disparities, we deal with solutions and how to move forward, and those type of things. And so that's who the movement is. We want to identify the problem, then work on a strategy to change the problem. And that's what the Tyrone Lewis Community Gym did. That's what the Uhuru Health Fair did. But we want to look at, one thing in terms of health is that we got to begin to eat healthier. And I ain't saying that everybody going to become a vegetarian, but you have to have more of a plant-based diet to actually give your body the nutrients and the fuel that it needs to be able to fight this revolution, to be able to carry out your tasks, to be able to stay mentally and physically sharp. So, we want you to be able to do like some basic things. So, but one thing I do want to mention is that we got to be able to, add more vegetables into our diet as we do these things. Talk a little bit about exercise. And I mentioned earlier that only doing 30 minutes a day, it re-energizes your brain. It actually replaces brain cells and help to magnify, you know, I hate to say these terms, but positive energy, but it gives you more momentum to actually carry out this work and do what's necessary. And you have to be able to, you know, look at, it ain't no one size fits all. So somebody that's well fit may be able to do something more strenuous. So you look at where you at. You look at what your body is needing. Somebody's body may have an iron deficiency. They have to get supplements like iron. Somebody else's body may have a deficiency in vitamin D. Somebody else's body may have a deficiency in something else. But you have to begin to learn your body and know, make your measurements and your progression based on you, not based on anybody else. But the thing is that you have to do continuous exercise, continuous exercise. Because if you don't do that, then you find that you go into this lull and your body began to just deteriorate. Because you only, as materialists, we know one thing: either you building or it's destroying. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not building a healthier body through exercise, through being fit, and you should try to be as fit as you can be. That doesn't, like I said, people are on various places in the spectrum in terms of health, you know, and you have to go from where you at. Some people may be able to do 1,000 push-ups. Some people may be able to do 10 push-ups. If you can do 10 push-ups, do 10 push-ups, but then push yourself as you do 10 push-ups for a week. Next week, do 12 push-ups. And then you just increase those type of things. But you want to be putting that fuel in your body. You want to be trying to identify what your body needs, so you know what supplements to get. You want some type of multivitamin, because one thing that I learned is that, you know, the food that we eat today is it's like it has 40% less nutrients than food that our grandparents ate. You know, because all these now genetically modified foods you have to be careful of, because you're getting watermelons without seeds and grapes without seeds, and some places will even tell you that the grapes without seeds are organic, but that's organically grown in a lab somewhere. And we talking about, we want you to be healthy, and the movement also addressed those. That's why you have the One Africa, One Nation farmers market. That's why you have AppDevs have community gardens to try to address these type of issues for us to be able to meet our needs and also eat healthier. You know what I'm saying? But we have to be able to do these things. The other thing, if you notice, there's a you want to drink water. You want to stay hydrated when you're doing these things. But we have a couple of slides that kind of show like different calisthenics, because everybody, you know, you're not going to go lift weights and stuff like that. Strength training is good, and there's benefit in strength training, but there's various forms of strength training that you can do. And calisthenics is probably one of the healthiest forms of exercise, as well as yoga. You know, yoga is a form of strength training that sometimes people don't include that into strength training. You want to stretch to get full motion in your body. And, you know, get at us if you're interested in having routines. You can even Google like basic routines of fitness, and you know, you can look at those things. But, you know, we have to be able to help our bodies to be as fit as it possibly can be, so we can carry out this revolution. And not only that, but create the culture like the movement has done, like the chairman has done, go beyond our own physical health and organize, you know, in our community, so we can address these health disparities. Because, you know, exercising on a consistent basis also can address diabetes, can also address, you know, some of these things that plague the African community. And we're saying that we can turn this around if we do 30 minutes a day. That's not much, 30 minutes a day, and increase that as your body gets stronger. So I think that's probably my time. Yeah, but I appreciate the opportunity, and you know, coming to join the fitness group that we have, Uhuru Fitness, monthly challenges. You know, check out different exercises that we're doing, and you know, Uhuru, Vanguard up.
Vanguard up, Vanguard up. Yes, Uhuru Health Fitness on Facebook. Make sure you join that. And you know what you said, Kobin, as far as what people's different capacities are. You know, we all have different challenges physically. I think that might even be something that you have on the actual page. It says like, do your best, whatever that looks like for you, something to that effect. So yeah, everybody's struggle is different. You know, someone could bang on 100 like it's nothing. Some people struggle with 50. Some people, you know, we all have, the whole point is to do your best, reach your capacity and try to increase your capacity a little bit every day. So yeah, you know, I really appreciate that. As far as that yoga, boy, look, you're not lying, man. Look what I've done all kind of downward facing dog and upward dog and sideways dog, and you know, man, I have my arm shaking, like breaking down all kinds of stuff. Do not sleep on yoga. Do not sleep. I don't know who said that was a girl thing or was a soft. Right. Nah. Real deal. Fitness and that's calisthenics. You got to master all of that. So yeah, I appreciate that, Kobina. And I like also how you touched on your diet and what you eat, because that's kind of segueing into what Conrad Mike Parker's going to talk about, but it also kind of shows how fitness is so, you know, so interconnected. It's not just one aspect. All these come together for overall fitness. So with that, I'm going to segue right into Conrad Mike Parker, who's going to talk a little bit about food. What's going on, Conrad?
Cool, comrades. How y'all doing today? Everything's good.
Uhuru.
All right. So before I get started into the presentation, my name is Mike Parker. I know I'm probably new to a lot of y'all, but I'm a new member of the APDEP and African People's Socialist Party, but I'm also a certified personal trainer and a sports nutritionist. Today, I'm actually going to give a brief little presentation on the impacts colonialism has on the body and the way forward. Well, of course, before we get started, I gotta salute Chairman O'Malley. I gotta salute President Columbayi, VP Masamela, Dr. Fields, and the rest of the APSP, InPDUM, and others that are actually part of the Uhuru movement for making this convention happen. So next slide, please. Uhuru, okay. Becoming healthy has actually become somewhat of a trend for Africans as of late, and has been a struggle for Africans while in the colonial capitalist system, and continues to be part of our nutritional counterinsurgency. It's just another way for these colonizers to disrupt the revolution. Instead of health being just a trend or something we take seriously sometimes, or something we try when we feel like it, it should absolutely become a way of life. Why? Next slide, please. According to the Centers of Disease Control, or the CDC, heart disease, cancer, asthma, stroke, and diabetes are ranked numbers 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 for the leading causes of death among Africans. Next slide, please. So everyone has their triggers and reasons why they eat unhealthy. Here are actually a couple of reasons why Africans can't eat healthy, which is all on the slide, whether you can't cook or your social life revolves around eating unhealthy, or it's because of groupthink. Either it's financial instability or because you live in an area where there's food deserts. These are all understandable, comrades, but the cause of all these diseases are the result of colonialism as a whole system, which is also known as, next slide, please, the colonial virus. Shout out to Enrique Ngoma and her song Colonial Virus. I swear that song be stuck in my head all the time. I'd be singing that thing at work and everybody be looking at me crazy. But that's another conversation. In her song, it is just is more than just a tune about how COVID is called the colonial virus. She also includes the products of colonialism, such as poverty, state violence, etc., as some aspects of the colonial virus. The mental trauma from being colonized would cause you or your family member to seek something to help ease that pain or stress. They would then seek that dopamine spike, which is a hormone meant for feeling good, from the same unhealthy foods you eat. Next slide, please. Layla Africa, who was an African holistic health expert who actually passed, rest in peace, made a great connection between the impact of colonialism and how it can cause poor eating habits. He said, sugar is associated with love and affection. If you are having problems loving yourself or loving someone that looks like yourself, you're going to eat sugar. He also goes on to say, if you're in a crisis, your sugar has to go up to get you out that crisis. The crisis could have been your lifestyle, your family, so you're already preconditioned to have diabetes. I'm telling you, this situation as a Black person sets you up to have diabetes. Sugar isn't just the only food folks eat when they're in a crisis or stress. It goes on for snack foods, such as these Hostess donuts and cupcakes and chips and stuff like that. Animal proteins, such as meats. I know some of y'all probably gonna hate me for saying this, but animal proteins such as meats, eggs, cow milk, which no one should not be drinking that. Let's just keep it at that. Etc. That can actually generate that same dopamine spike. And unfortunately, these foods are actually processed to create that dopamine spike for those consuming it, which is the same dopamine spike that comes from drugs, alcohol, porn/sex, gambling, or other addictions. The combination of stress of being colonized and your body needing that dopamine spike at the expense of your health to temporarily make you feel better is just another contribution to make you feel good at the expense of your health is just another contribution of our genocide. Next slide, please. Uhuru. The food industry is just an extension of this colonial capitalist system. They make money off of processed foods that have long shelf lives that we tend to eat due to either convenience or price that contribute negatively to our minds and bodies while not promoting a natural diet. These foods are actually found in with a bunch of preservatives and additives that will provoke that dopamine spike and increase the risk of getting one of those diseases listed in that CDC report. Another crazy thing is these websites centered around, for example, cancer and diabetes include some of those same foods that I listed off that are actually cause the same disease that they try to prevent. As you can see on the screen, this is part of a shopping list from the American Cancer Society. Now I got a question. Now, why are they promoting foods that will cause the same disease that they're actually trying to fight? Money, money, money. Money from their industry sponsors, which is actually one of many capitalist tactics done by the system and the health industry. Moral to the story is you can't accept colonial capitalism even in the health industry. Next slide, please. Uhuru. All right, so unhealthy eating, living as a result of being colonized weakens your immune system, leaving you more susceptible to chronic diseases, viruses, etc. It exacerbates mental health issues and negatively impacts your brain function, such as your memory, your comprehension, etc., due to either chemical or hormonal imbalances or both. It also worsens your quality of life, whether you live up to be 35 years old or 85 years old, and it also decreases your lifespan. Next slide, please. As we like to say in sports, your greatest ability is your availability. If you aren't physically or mentally available due to some preventable condition or disease, then how would you expect to continue this fight against these colonizers for a long period of time? I know having a healthy diet isn't a requirement to be part of the Vanguard Party, but it should be taken into consideration on an individual basis. Don't become another victim to the system, comrades. Make some changes today. What are those changes? Next slide, please. So the way forward. Here are a couple of things you can do at home right after this convention to help improve or change your health for good. Number one, understand your triggers. Number two, create a checklist of nutritional goals. And number three, eliminate unhealthy foods and replace with healthy foods. Next slide, please. Okay, so number one, understand your triggers. Understand the triggers. Understand what triggers you to be unhealthy and replace them with something beneficial. Are you consistently driving past your favorite restaurant every single day on your way to work or to a meeting or whatever it may be? Take a different route. Are you eating when you're bored? Read a book. You can exercise. You can sell a burning spirit or do something productive to get your mind off being bored. Are you a social eater? Eat before you go out. You can also bring your own food. And let's keep it a buck, comrades. You can also have fun without eating food. Are you a stress eater from being colonized? You can meditate, you can exercise, etc. So once you understand the why, then you can continue on to the how. Next slide, please. Uhuru. So number 2, create a checklist of your overall nutritional goals. Okay, cool. Be as specific as possible, whether it's weight loss or weight gain. Are you trying to gain muscle? The day or period of time in which you want to complete these goals, the amount of weight loss or weight gain within that period of time, etc. Examples of goals for weight loss and weight gain. For weight loss, an example of a goal you can write down would be to start off with drinking 1 bottle a day, 1 bottle of water per day, instead of soda or juice, and gradually increase over time to at least 8 bottles or a gallon. For weight gain or muscle gain, let's just say for 3 times a week, when you're not feeling too hungry or you don't feel like eating, you can sip on a protein shake with protein powder, oats, and or a banana, hemp seeds, and almond milk. And that's just one example of many shakes you could potentially do. And increase that to about 5 to 7 days a week. Of course, you got to create smaller goals that lead up to that one big goal. The goals listed above are smaller goals that actually lead up to that bigger goal that you eventually want to accomplish. Make sure that these goals are actually in sight, whether it's on your phone, a bathroom mirror, a fridge, wherever works for you, comrades. This way you constantly reminded of what needs to be done, and you feel amazing every time you get to cross off or put a check next to that goal. Next slide, please. Uhuru. So gradually eliminate those unhealthy foods and slowly start implementing healthy ones based on your goal, which I know y'all can do, comrades. I know it seems hard, but it can definitely be done. Uhuru. Don't dump all these foods overnight unless you're absolutely determined to do so, because most of who do go right back to their old ways. You're not doing this just to lose weight or get fit to look good, you know what I'm saying? It's all about creating a healthy lifestyle for long-term sustainability and so we can continue to be fit for this revolution. All these foods below are actually have a positive impact on your mind and your body to help us revolutionaries carry out this revolution. So a couple of examples would be to replace snack foods like cookies, brownies, chips with foods such as fruits, vegetables, hummus, etc. If it's hard starting out, start to create smoothies with fruits or vegetables, not both, and nutrient-dense superfoods like sea moss, spirulina, maca root. This way you get all the vitamins and minerals that everyone needs in order to be fueled for this revolution, and just for everyday health. You can also replace bleached white rice and with brown rice. You can do purple rice. You can do quinoa. You can do couscous. You can replace white sugar or sugary foods with natural sweeteners such as monk fruit. You can do date sugar. You can do brown sugar. You can replace cow milk with, which actually, like I said earlier, humans should have no business drinking, with nut milk such as almond milk, cashew milk, walnut milk. You can do soy milk, oat milk, etc. You can replace juices and sodas with water, and you can replace meats with beans, seitan, tempeh, tofu, which is all optional. If you can't replace meats right away, try baked, rotisserie, or grilled meats. You can also use the air fryer as well, comrades. And if you do choose to continue with meat, make sure you get the lean meats with low levels of trans fat. Those trans fat actually translate into those same diseases that I actually listed off in that CDC report. So at the end of the day, whether it's fitness or nutrition, strive to become 1% better every single day. It takes 21 days to create a habit and 90 days to create a lifestyle. So keep grinding for a better day. Well, you'll be looking back a year from now and see all the progress that you made just because you decided to make that first step. Though this all sounds hard, you can develop life skills such as discipline, mental strength, determination, work ethic, and physical abilities such as strength, endurance, intelligence, that could be translated into skills that could be potentially used for overthrowing this system of colonial capitalism and completing the African Revolution. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Mike. I really appreciate that presentation. I didn't see you mention lemon pepper wings, so I assume that's out. You know, I also I love how you you know, you mentioned not just you know, healthy foods and unhealthy eating habits, but you made the connection between you know, these unhealthy foods and habits and their connection to African peoples, you know, colonized condition, and how our condition of being colonized preconditions us to all kinds of unhealthy eating habits, all kinds of you know, hardboiled, you know, mental, physical illnesses. I really appreciate that connection you made, and also, you know, just the emphasis you made on its mental impact on us, because that really segued pretty nicely into where you're going from here. Y'all are doing a pretty good job going from person to person yourself. Y'all might not need a moderator here, but you know, moving on, I wanted to go on to Comrade Michelle Odom, also of the All African Peoples Development Empowerment Project, who'll be touching a bit on mental wellness and, you know, fortifying ourselves mentally. Uhuru, Comrade Michelle.
Uhuru, Comrade Dexter, Uhuru, everyone. I just want to first just appreciate this whole panel, really this whole convention, all the information, the history of the organization and the history of us as African people. And this has just been very powerful, very fulfilling. And I just want to salute the InPDUM committee and the convention committee and the leaders of the APSP and chairman for your vision and organization over the last 50 years. And my direct leadership, Dr. Aisha Fields of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project. So I have a PowerPoint that I will show today as well. But I wanted to just say that my name is Michelle Odom, and I'm a member of 3 of the mass organizations under the leadership of the APSP, that's InPDUM, ANWO, but ABDEP is where I lead most of my work. And I'll be leading today's presentation on mental health, and wanted to again appreciate Kobina, Comrade, Southern Representative Kobina Bantushango and Comrade Mike Parker for their presentations, as Dexter said, leads right into this. And really to talk about what mental health looks like for us as African people, and to really start to ask the question, is this a mental illness or are these natural responses? So I wanna just first talk quickly about something that we don't hear too often, what we can describe as the colonial mentality. And let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Uhuru. All right, so what is the colonial mentality, right? So of course, this is not a definition that we will see in any dictionary or, you know, find loosely, but the colonial mentality, for a definition, is simply put as anything that we have been taught to believe about ourselves from the colonizer. It's anything that keeps us from understanding our conditions as colonized people and keeps us from seeing the need to organize and the need to fight back. So as African internationalists, we see how this can look many ways, right? But the central point about this for today and essentially is to understand that we must have an African identity, right? But because before we Africans met the colonizers, right, we were first a free people, didn't even need a word for being free. But, you know, we worked together as a community. We did not see ourselves or act as individuals, right? Knowing that what I do to myself impacts the community, right? Ubuntu. You know, we were prosperous and organized people, and everybody in the community played a role from childhood to adulthood, right? If we want to call it that. We knew who we were. But, you know, really the reality is that over the last 600 years, we've been colonized, and we have been taught to and exposed to or forced to live under the domination of our oppressors. And we have been taught to think as individuals, not as a whole people. We have been taught to hate ourselves, hate each other. We have been taught that you know, we are African, this African American, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Brit, whatever we want to say, or Black or not Black at all, right? We have lost touch with our roots. And as a consequence of that, we are a divided people, we're a colonized people. And so this is how the colonial mentality is formed, right? It separates us from each other and poisons our minds. And then it's designed, right, to keep us from understanding our conditions as colonized people, causing us to believe that poverty, violence, lack of education, employment, high incarceration rates, you know, among African or, you know, Black people is the result of our own doing, that we just need to do better, or that we should have just made better choices, right? And the colonial mentality is really important as we're understanding mental health, because as Comrade Kobina shares this often about a philosopher, Frantz Fanon, who talks about to be an African who's colonized is essentially to be bipolar, because you're living in exact opposition to who you are. So you're actually essentially having a double existence, right? And so to some degree, we have all been touched, right, by the colonial mentality, either by the colonizer themselves or in our communities. But here today, we're here to talk about mental health and what it is as our, at the current state, right? And we must, again, know, one, that we are colonized. And as we become aware of this and identify the colonial mentality, it's an important step because this will keep us from seeing the need to, one, fight back. And it's also has to be understood as a mental illness, right? This is the diagnosis. We are colonized. Important for us to understand that as we reject the colonial mentality, we can then begin to see ourselves as one Africa, one people with a common destiny and one fight. Okay, next slide. Uhuru. So, you already heard me say that African people, we are colonized, right? But I wanted to use some numbers. And so let's look at some past statistics on mental health, because sometimes putting a number can paint a picture, or frankly, sometimes people need numbers to believe that something is real. But most importantly, we have to be able to just create spaces to be able to have conversations around mental health and to remove the stigma or the mysticism around it and define the narrative about mental health as African people. So these statistics that you see here were taken like over 10 years ago from census data, but I appreciate this visual. And the numbers here, have risen dramatically, especially during the pandemic. And what's not listed here is even Black children who, suicide rates around African children are alarmingly high for many reasons that we will put into context later, and that you may have already assumed just because of the conditions of our people. But this is serious. And I want to use some of these numbers to share that, African people make up more or less than like 15% of the population of the United States. But 16%, right? So that's about 4.8 million at this time reported that they suffer from mental illness, right? And of those, of that percentage, about 22% have said that they suffered from a severe mental illness. So obviously we don't need numbers, right? Or statistics to tell us that there's a problem. Because again, the whole African people is dealing with some issues from mental illness because of colonialism. So next slide. And it's important that we, for us to know that the same way that we can have good physical health, as Comrade Kobina and Comrade Mike talked about, or poor physical health, mental health is the same way. So, sometimes I wanted to show this slide here just to kind of break down what is it that we always hear about, like what's mental health, right? So again, if you think about it in terms of your physical health, you'll understand that our mental ability suffers in some capacity as well. So as it's defined through Mental Health America, mental health, having good mental health can be seen as being on a continuum, right? From having good mental health to having a so-called mental disorder, and that an individual can kind of vary along this. So it's seen that somebody that has quote unquote good or, positive mental health is somebody that's in control of their emotions, has good cognitive functioning, will have positive interactions, right, with others around them, can perform well in work and in their studies and in, within their family and other social relationships. And moving on to what is defined as a mental health problem under the system as we know it, just like physical problems, right, they can display emotional, emotional distress, nervous exhaustion, mental breakdown, burnout, things that we all experience, right? Anything that impacts a person's thinking, their emotional state, their behavior, can disrupt their ability to carry out work on a daily basis or engage in satisfying relationships. And again, common problems, mental health problems that are defined as like depression or anxiety. Okay, next slide. Uhuru. So what's the reality, right? So African internationalism is a theory that helps us understand that we don't need the numbers, right? We can read all the definitions that we want. Yes, and maybe and most importantly, some people might even see these past two slides and realize, okay, I do have burnout. I do experience, all these things. And so maybe I do have some mental health problems, but in reality, our mental health problems are not our faults as individuals. Our theory understands that this has to be understood in the larger context. And to understand that as colonized people, we can look at Frantz Fanon, who is a psychologist, an African psychologist who studied and wrote a lot on colonialism and mental health during the Algerian Revolution as they won back their independence from the French. And one thing that he says, which is really important and that we speak about often in our work, is he says, when resistance is low, mental illness will increase among the colonized people. So what he's saying is that when colonized people are not resisting, that's when we will begin to see mental health and mental problems, because we are in a way succumbing to or just, agreeing with our conditions, right? And if we are to be free, then we must resist. So he understood the impacts, right, of society and culture on the human being, and that we cannot simply comply, but our number one goal must be to resist. And oftentimes we hear stay calm, or just talk about your feelings, just get them out, or only focus on medication, or just engage in these other activities that the colonizers put out there to distract us. But what's important is that we bring organization, and that we bring a theory that, one, lets us know that we as African people are not the problem. Yes, we may be dealing with some challenges, whether it impacts us physically, mentally, so be it, but this is all happening under colonialism. So our approach to this question, again, understands that until we overturn this sick and oppressive relationship that we have with the oppressor, we will continue to see these natural responses, right? These natural responses that will reflect in the form psychologically, physically, or physiologically on our bodies, right? Because this has happened to us under colonialism. So we can't separate really mental illness from anything that's happening to us. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. It's been said that, again, we can't separate our mental illness from police, from police violence, right? Or from horizontal violence, or, so-called Black on Black violence that we see in our community. That causes stress, anxiety. We also can't separate it from issues of poverty. Or when, we know African children are dying from hunger or being taken from their families through, by the colonial state, which is disguised as the Child Protective, Service. How can we expect our children to thrive if they don't have the support, the reflection, the identity, an African identity, everywhere that they look? Instead, they get miseducation, or what we call colonial education, right? Because these consequences will then produce confused children, confused individuals who don't know how to contribute to their community, don't see a future, and don't have people that will tell them the truth. So this creates mental health problems. We also cannot separate mental health from just basic necessities like having clean water, right? Or having the access to healthy foods in your community. All of this produces mental health problems. So are these natural responses, or do we have mental health problems, right? We already know the answer to that question now. Uhuru, next slide, please. So this one I'll go over very quickly because there's many ways in which colonialism impacts our daily lives in regards to our mental health. But again, I've mentioned stress, health, our relationships, right? How we treat our family members, how we treat our children because of how stressed we are, how we may, because of the colonial mentality, when we're on the job, all nice to the boss or, doing all this, but then we come home and we treat our families a certain way. It's stressful. So we're dealing with a lot as colonized people. How it impacts, again, our thinking, our behaviors, our energy. We're overworked, right? And even just having a hope for the future. Sometimes we are so overworked that we don't see the future in those ways. All right, next slide. So this slide, I'll go over this fairly quickly, but I just want to continue to encourage us, as we walk away with skills and things that we've heard throughout this convention, to ask yourself and talk to yourself daily, ask yourself, how am I feeling? What do I need today? It could be something as basic like Comrade Mike said, have I even drank a glass of water? Or, have I spent 30 minutes this whole month even exercising? What coping strategies can I use? What are my triggers, right? Have I seen my doctor lately? But some of the daily practices that we can do simply, just very basic, is like having, taking deep breaths, right? Simple things like closing your eyes and counting to 10. These are some of the tips that we've been hearing from our comrades during our circles that I'll talk about in a moment. Socialize, right? Especially during the pandemic, we can do this safely. Taking naps. So you see a lot of those things there. I want to focus on the right-hand side of the screen there with the morning and night routine. Really how you start your day or how you end your day impacts, it has an impact. So if there's anything that you can do that you've heard throughout this entire convention to incorporate into your morning or night or daily routine, do so, whether it's to water your plant that you heard about in the workshop yesterday, or to drink a glass of water, or to just walk at least 10,000 steps or something. Anything that you see here, do it. And we have, of course, selling the Berlin Spirit, because there's something good about being out there and doing that revolutionary work too. All right, Uhuru, next slide. So again, I just want to stress that African identity is key. We have to know who we are. We need unity and organization. And we can find healing, but we can find it through resistance, right? So in fact, one thing that I'll say is that it's important for us to, again, like I said, understand and know how to define who is mentally ill, truly, right? Because if we look even at the colonizers, right, themselves, who must have had some kind of mental illness, because how could you go around and commit just these horrible, disgusting acts against, people all over the world, stealing their land, their resources, right? And their production of labor, and terrorizing communities daily, just terrorizing people's lives, but we don't call that mental illness. So we have to know who we are. We are colonized people, and we are victims of, and suffering under colonialism. So again, knowing who you are begins with a theory of analysis. It begins with the truth about who you are. African internationalism, as we know, is the theory through the eyes of the working class. It says that we're one people, right? So if we are one people, then we must have unity. If we have unity, we must organize. And as we organize, we can begin to look at the problems or the contradictions in our community and begin to organize around these issues and solve the problems for the community as a whole, organized people through principled unity. And that's the theory, right? And you've already seen examples throughout this convention. If you're in North St. Louis right now in Aquaba Hall, if you go across the street, right, you'll see the community garden. If you're with ABDEP and you've seen our community gardens in Huntsville and in other areas around the United States and on the continent, the One Africa, One Nation marketplace, right? This is economic development. How can to know that you have a place where you can sell your goods or where you can support your community, how can that not impact you positively in a mental way, right? Where we can buy from each other, but still have the ability to sell to everyone, right? You can see this with the Marcus Garvey Youth Program, which is an education program in ABDEP, right? Which is an African internationalist youth program, so that our youth can see their future as African internationalists and learn that they don't have to wait until college or to get a degree, or to make it, in any other kind of way to make a change in their community, that they can do it right now, because as African people, our children contribute, right? So in terms of mental health, we must begin to create programs and create a narrative around mental health and the way forward, so that we can talk about our mental health, right? Because we got to be able to talk about it, that we can develop African internationalist focused programs and create and develop African internationalist mental health workers, wellness workers, and then develop these programs to then increase our resistance through wellness and revolutionary science. Okay, next slide. Uhuru. So I just wanted to share quickly, ABDEP has started our committee. Our committee began earlier this year in January or around February. And we have developed some programs right now, and we're continuing to develop. We have a plan of action and we're pushing forward through this. But anybody who has an interest in mental health or wellness or coaching, or simply, or even is a mental health professional themselves in any capacity, really, we invite you to join our committee. We're continuing to develop programs, which I'll share, again, on the next slide, you'll see some more about the entire, part of the entire plan. But We are happy to share that we have developed this work so far. And as I've mentioned, our committee, I didn't mention our committee, we meet on the first and the third Saturday of the month. The time is 10:30 a.m. Central Time. We meet via Zoom. And this is a space where our committee members who are there just contribute the same skills and research and work that we do in our colonial jobs. We just contribute that work back to the African nation. If we have those skills there, why not put them towards our people? So this is what the committee is doing. And another program that we have on the right-hand side there, you'll see is our IRA resistant circles. These are our spaces where we can continue to build up our resistance to the struggle. So Aya is a Twi word of West Africa for the meaning of fern, which is a plant. The fern is seen as a hardy plant that can grow in very difficult places. So it's said through this Adinka symbol that you see there that an individual who wears this symbol suggests that they have endured many adversities and outlasted much difficulty. Well, that's true of African people. So this is the Aya Circle, and that's a place for us to meet. We meet on the 4th Friday of every month, except for the month of September. We'll be beginning again in October at 7 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Pacific via Zoom. Okay, next slide. Uhuru. So this is just a brief overview of some of the goals of the programs for the ABDIP Mental Health Committee. But our goal is to, one, start the committee, which we've done, and use the theory of African internationalism to address all the questions around mental illness or mental health. Excuse me. We want to be able to train us to become first aid, responders, right? And create a curriculum so that we can build on this through the theory of African internationalism. We call on mental health professionals who want to take on the theory and be available to the African nation who needs support. We have our circles. We're also, continuing to win the participation of doctors, and other mental health professionals through our webinar, the Ask the Doctor webinar that we do once a month. And our goal is to be able to, just like we see in this system, have the capacity to be available 24/7 for the African nation. This is a big goal, but again, if we are a whole people, this is not going to just happen with one or two individuals. It's going to happen with all of us. So return your skills. Uhuru. I'm just wrapping up here. Next slide, please. Thank you, comrade. And I just wanted to say that a practical way for us to walk away from this is to identify all the problems that you are seeing under colonialism, find a way to look at the solutions for how we can make those happen right now in your community. And really, I just want to say this because we have to understand that the more we continue to operate to solve problems that are created by our oppressor, like under the system, we're going to continue to see these same problems. So again, look at the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective, right? Look at the Marcus Garvey Youth Program. Look at our mental health programs. Look at the gardens, the foods for safety, the Black Community Control Police. This is how we create our power and take back our power under the social system. So if we want to improve our mental health, yes, let's talk about it. Let's get the support. But no matter how we look at it, the way forward has to be self-governing and self-determining. The only solution is revolution. So last slide is to what end, right? The goal is not just to heal us mentally. The goal is that we can be well enough so that we can fight back, right? That we can fight back against imperialism. And as Frantz Fanon says, he says that the most liberating thing for the colonized person is to kill the colonizer. Right? So all of what you've experienced today is a form of killing the colonizer. We are developing programs and making solutions to problems that are caused by colonialism, right? We have to kill parasitic capitalism in all of its forms. So let's get fit, let's get organized, let's build, and let's get free. Uhuru. Thank you, comrades.
Uhuru, thank you, comrade. Thank you. Yeah, healing through resistance, healing through resistance. I really appreciate this presentation. And, this is what you said earlier in your presentation around, when struggle is down, mental illness is high. It kind of connects to this quote you ended on with Frantz Fanon, the only way for us to get well, mentally is to kill the colonizer. And like you said, we've been killing the colonizer over the course of this entire convention, and
yes,
but also your presentation, could only have been given by an African internationalist. So it shows that, the real way we go about solving this question of mental health in our community, it starts with an analysis. Like you said, we need to have the precise analysis to go about doing this. And I really appreciate that presentation. That was dope. Thank you, comrade.
Comrade, thank you. We are winning.
We are winning. We are. So, everybody, we've discussed physical fitness. We've discussed, dietary, food-related fitness. We've touched on mental health. Now, finally, we're going to discuss emotional fitness with Chairman Amali Chatella. He'll be discussing how we maintain our emotions, how we, defend this attack on our emotions made by white power. Uhuru, Chairman.
Uhuru Mafika, thank you so much for the introduction.
Uhuru.
I just want to say that every panel, every presentation we're seeing is an example of an extraordinary convention that's happening right now. And part of what makes this really extraordinary is the fact that the African People's Socialist Party, through the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, is engaged in elevating the African working class to its full stature. This is a discussion that's happening right now with African working people all around the world. And it's not something that's limited to some kind of classroom or something to that effect, that where masses of African workers would not be participating. In fact, it is not assumed that African workers would be having this discussion. It is very high level discussion. And I just want to really appreciate everything that's been said up to now. And the fact of the matter is, of course, that while I'm supposed to speak to the question of emotional control, in many ways, it has already been addressed by everything that's been talked about now, from things like diet to exercise, to the discussion that we've had around mental health. And I just want to say that this part of the discussion we're having in this convention, dealing with the issue of health, is just so extraordinarily important. I mean, everybody here has had an opportunity to see in these Olympics and what have you, like African people who they sometimes call Italians and Greeks and Afro-Americans and French, et cetera, doing extraordinarily well in these Olympics. And we fight and win medals through this process. And sometimes we say it's a medal that might have been for South Africa or for Ethiopia or what have you. But all of these things that we're looking at, from Italy to the United States to Greece and South Africa and Ethiopia, et cetera, are medals won by African people. But they're also testimony. They're testimony to two things. One, the fracturing of the African nation and the African consciousness that's reflected in the fact that Africans are all these fronts and yet are being identified as something other than who we are. And the second thing it's testimony of is the actual physical prowess of African people, extraordinary athletes and what have you. But on the one hand, on the other hand, almost everywhere we look, we see that Africans, while having this athletic lifestyle of sorts, at least for periods of time, don't have fitness lifestyle. And that's what everybody has been talking about up to now. And to draw the relationship between the physical and the mental health is extremely important. And it's something that a materialist would do. We've heard of people who are philosophical idealists who talk about how the mind over matter, et cetera. And of course, that's a farce, fallacy, notwithstanding how the intent of the person who make that kind of statement. But the fact is, the mind is a product of matter. The mind is a product of the brain. The brain is matter developed to its highest extent. And so mind has its origin in matter. And when we look at the body, we look at the physical human being, we're talking about matter. We talk about the mental health. We talk about how we experience that, even emotionally and what have you. We're talking also about how matter is influenced by its environment, by the world, and that says something about the significance also of exercise, diet, and what have you. It's affecting this matter, not only things like hearts and lung, which I think is easily understood, but the brain, which again is matter, and which is the source of what we refer to as the mind. I think that's extremely important. We are materialists, and so that connection we can make. We have no illusions about some kind of mind coming out of nowhere and informing us or informing the world. We are materialists, and it's the material world that informs our understanding. So examining the material world that helps us to understand everything, even our perception of the material world. And our perception of the material world, of course, is a reflection of the relationship that our mind, that is to say, this product of matter, the accuracy of this matter, this product of matter, the mind, how accurate that is in reflecting matter itself, what's happening in the world. So I want to just say that it's a really powerful event and discussion. And for myself, like so many other Africans who live under colonial domination, we are victims of a worldview that responds to the kind of political economy that we have. The political economy you have, on the one hand, you have the economic base of that society, and the economic base of the society is colonial domination, it's colonial capitalism, and then responding to that are the ideas that come from that, and those ideas that come from that reflect the interest of the whatever social forces control the economic basis of society, how that looks. And if we're colonized, then it means that the colonizer is where the ideas of that society and the whole world reflects the interest of the colonizer, of the colonial capitalists, and not of those of us who are colonized. And so our perception of the world is something that reflects this colonial domination, which means that almost everything that we understand and think about is distorted. And part of what Fanon has meant when he says that the way the colonized can become cured is to kill the colonizer. You cannot live under colonialism and expect a healthy brain, a recognition of the world. Even sanity and insanity carry with them this context, carry with them political assumptions, worldview, and because the African who rises up, who awakens in the middle of the night, in the morning, the African enslaved colonial slave wakes in the middle of the night and takes an axe and kills the slave master, the colonizer, and his children and what have you. Is called crazy often. We see things happening in our communities on a daily basis. So that's crazy, that's insane. When the reality is what we have is people locked into a process of what might otherwise be characterized as insanity if the colonizer, if those of us who are colonized were controlling the definitions of this reality. The fact is that when Africans are not rising up and killing the slave master, the fact is that when Africans are not every day of our lives doing everything we can to sabotage the system, and despite the fact that we are colonized, can be characterized as a reflection of insanity, because it's the system and it's those who control the system and those who benefit from the system and work to support the system. They're working to suppress the lives of our people, our children, et cetera. And to go along with that as if it were normal, that is the thing that can be characterized and should be characterized as insane by those of us who are colonized. And I just want to say that living under colonial domination, the colonizers teach us how to perceive the world, how to perceive ourselves, how to perceive the colonizer. The colonizer teaches us that if we are not working for colonialism and colonial capitalism, if we're not doing that, then we are to be indiscipline. We have no discipline. We are happy-go-lucky. We don't care about time. We don't care about any kind of security. It's only when we are working for the system and working for the colonizer that discipline is something that is recognized as necessary security and as necessary. In fact, the colonizer will impose discipline on us with severe violence. If the colonial system itself, if being employed in the colonial system is not enough itself to impose discipline on us, you know what I mean by that, right? Because you have to pay a mortgage, you have to pay your rent, you have to get up and go to work, et cetera. That disciplines us. That's what the colonial capitalist system does. So if that's not enough, then the colonial military, either domestically in terms of the police or otherwise, function to discipline us. They discipline entire countries. They tried to discipline the people of Afghanistan, discipline the people of Venezuela. Listen to sometimes to the discussions that you hear when they talk about the people in Venezuela, the leadership of Venezuela, as though some kind of disobedient children that they have to step in and provide discipline for. So the fact is that the colonizer doesn't want us to be disciplined in terms of our own self-interest, that we just have to be disciplined when it comes to, when it imposes on us to serve the interests of colonialism. But discipline is something that we have to have if we're to be free. And learning how to be self-disciplined is a fundamentally important thing. And to break out of this process, this pattern of indiscipline that's been imposed on us by a colonial system, that we are rewarded for being indisciplined. And even when we are criticized in some ways, we are rewarded for not being disciplined when it comes to ourselves and how we live. So that's part of the struggle that we're involved in. So it's anti-colonial, it's an anti-colonial struggle to struggle for discipline, to change our circumstances and our conditions. We have to fight against colonialism. We have to fight against the definitions of what is real and what is significant that's imposed on us by this external, this foreign and alien power that controls every aspect of our lives. That's colonizer. When I say foreign, I don't mean that they live in another country. They come to this country as foreigners and they bring us here as foreigners. That relationship has never changed in terms of being aliens. So that's who has imposed a definition of what is reality for us, a definition of what is sane to us and insane to us. It's insane to kill a slave master. If that's what the slave master would say, it's insane to resist this colonialism. That's what the colonizer would say. And many of our own people have been convinced of this too, and especially the African petty bourgeoisie, or that sector of the African population that has a material stake in the ongoing existence of this social system, will say you're crazy. You have to be crazy to be fighting against this system. So even when we look at the issues of sanity, insanity, we're not looking at something that's separate from a political question, the political definition. It's not just some medical definition. That's why for Fanon, you don't hear any white psychiatrists or anything like that who would say that the cure for the colonized is to kill the colonizer. So I think it's important to make that point, and also this whole issue of discipline. Now, the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement is an organization of the African People's Socialist Party. We've never pretended it was anything else, because the struggle that we engaged in for democracy has to result in more than just what has formerly been characterized as democracy up to now. It has to result in a total liberation of our people. And for that to happen, then the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, the fight for democracy, has to be under the leadership of the Revolutionary Party. And that's who we are. And so, and it's our responsibility as revolutionaries to teach the masses of our people, to provide that kind of leadership. And this is not some kind of statement that presupposes that the party or members of the party are better than the masses, but it recognizes that our responsibility to lead the masses of the people, because everybody gets leadership. Masses of African people, masses of white people get leadership from some place, but most time this leadership comes from the advanced detachment, the advanced sector of that population, and the advanced sector of the population of African people is the African People's Socialist Party, the vanguard, the advanced detachment, the general staff, where you find concentrated individuals who are committed to overturning the oppression of our people, who have a politic that's informed by scientific advanced revolutionary theory, and who have assumed the responsibility of bringing masses of African workers into this process of actively changing our circumstances and providing leadership for the masses. When we talk about how to be healthy, it's not enough just to say be healthy, it's good to eat this way, that. We become examples of what that means. We provide the leadership. And yes, we want people to stop eating garbage. Yes, we want people to work out. And this is not something that should even be considered exceptional. It's normal, human. And under colonialism, you have to find time to work out. And when working out should be just normal for what we do. I saw somebody say, when should I work out? I believe that you should work out early in the morning. So you make sure that it's not something that you make sure you get it done. It's not something the last thing on your agenda, and hopefully you get it done if you're not too tired when you get home, if you're not too busy. Wake up in time to work out, to make that happen, and treat it not as something that's exceptional, but as something that's real. And again, someone said it earlier on, that the reality is that physical health contributes to mental health, contribute to mental well-being, because again, the mental health, the mind itself is a product of matter, and the brain is matter, just like the lungs matter, just like the heart matter. And just like if your brain is strong, if your heart and lungs are strong, then it can contribute to other parts of your body being strong. Then the same thing is true of this matter that we refer to as the brain. So it's really important for us to get this exercise as a normal part of our day. Do it. It's really important for us to recognize that smoking cigarettes not only kills you, kills people around you. Now, I used to smoke cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes for 27 years. And like many Africans, it didn't bother me, people saying it will kill you, etc. Everything that white people are doing, everything in life that I'm experiencing is killing me. I know that. The whole thing I used to always say that I don't think I'll live long enough to die from cigarette smoking. But the fact is that one day I was running across the street and I was flat-footed. And I thought that was extraordinary for me. And it dawned on me that if in fact this cigarette smoking made me flat-footed like I was, it affects my ability to carry on the work to make the revolution. So I might not have cared otherwise about my own physical well-being, but I cared about being able to make the revolution. So because of that, I stopped smoking. I smoked for 27, I stopped smoking. And the next day I stopped drinking. Because I felt like even though I wasn't experiencing anything from drinking, that it had to be having some kind of effect. So I stopped this. And this is the kind of discipline that I'm talking about. In our own organization, I encourage people, don't smoke, don't drink alcohol. I'm not some kind of moral fanatic, et cetera, except if you want to talk about African internationalist morality, which presupposes that we have to do everything we can to forward a free future for our people, the liberation of our continent, the liberation of our people, et cetera. So that's the thing that makes it necessary for me to have of this whole permissibility that's of irrelevance, of indiscipline that's provided for us, imposed on us, if you will, by the rulers. We are the advanced attachment, so therefore we set the examples. We set the examples of not just controlling our emotions, but directing our emotions in a way that affects our freedom. Because subjectivism, being subjective, being affected by things emotionally is normal. So be as emotional as you have to be, but be emotionally disciplined and direct the emotions that we have in a way that's going to facilitate the total liberation of our people and our Africa. That's the kind of thing that we have to talk about. One of the things that we learned early on, once you become a revolutionary, you no longer belong to yourself. And that's been true historically, that's culturally true of African people, that we have had social existence. This whole thing of capitalism and separatism and individualism, et cetera, is foreign and new to Africa and African people. We are social people. And we know that what I do is going to affect my neighbors, my sisters, my brothers, and that's part of what helps to discipline me in terms of what it is that I can and cannot do. And that's what we have to, as revolutionaries, as cadre, as African internationalists, that's the kind of example that we have to take into our communities, and not just take them into our communities, but to create the kinds of structures and institutions that facilitate this, because it's not just enough to have a good idea. And the rulers, our oppressors, don't just have ideas that harm us, they create institutions, they create organizations, they create things that facilitate, that drive and channel our emotion, our directions in a certain way. That's why this convention is important, and this discussion that we have, and this panel is important, because this becomes one of the institutions that we have at our command. The working class has this institution at its command. The working class, which generally speaking doesn't have the kind of time and access to certain kinds of institutional capacity to develop certain skills, but we have a sector of the African middle class or educated Africans who have betrayed the interests of the petty bourgeoisie, who have refused to become part of the neo-colonial power, and who bring those resources, those trainings to the working class as part of the working class themselves. That's what we've been looking at up to now in this discussion. That's what this really important, incredibly significant discussion. And the only thing that they're doing is bringing back to Africa, bringing back to us an understanding, recognition of what the world has taken from Africa in terms of anything like fitness and all of this is stuff that's come from Africa, now coming back to us and now coming to the possession of the African working class. And we characterize it as the African working class because it's the masses, the toilers, the people who created all the value in the world. But the African community itself is a laboring community. It has always been a proletarian community. And what we have to do is lead the process to liberate this proletarian nation under the leadership of the African proletariat itself. And that's going to require what we call emotional discipline. And I'm saying this, comrades, because how many times you've seen a work, a party, et cetera, get disrupted because something that's happened to us that affects us emotionally, and then we just lose it all and lose direction. But I would tell you that your oppressor can see you on the road to freedom, and it will kill your mama. It will kill your sister. It will do horrible things all around you to take you off the fact that we have to provide freedom and liberation for our whole people. So they will use our emotions against us, our love for our people against us. When our love for our people, our love for our mama should mean that we shall avenge her death. And we avenge her death by contributing to the revolutionary project that's going to free Africa and all African people. Uhuru, Africa. So that's part of what I wanted to suggest. And I want to suggest, it's already been said, things that we have to really do things like develop routines for fitness. And we have to be those examples of what it is, because we are leading the development of a new society. Of Africa, African people, based on the embers of this colonialism that we have to destroy. So I wanted to just also make mention, I know I'm over time, I'm gonna just make mention of this thing that Carmen Corbina talked about, which is the Tyrone Lewis Community Gym. It was called Uhuru's Black Gym of Our Own at one time. And it was something that was done before we could really make it what it needs to be. And this is a gym that we created right in the middle of the most impoverished sector of the African population. And it's something that should have been relatively easy to do in the sense that gym equipment, weights, and things like that are not expensive. All we need is people who can oversee it, the gym, look out for the health and safety of the people, train people how to use equipment, materials, and affect things like diets has been spoken of before, clean water spoken of before, and it could be in any impoverished African community in the world. Where being poor shouldn't be prohibited. But the thing is, and the only thing that we have to be able to worry about is overhead, like the place where it's located. It, depending on where you are, it could be under a corrugated tin roof outside, or it could be some other place. But for that to happen, we need Africans who are part of our movement, our party, who can volunteer, so that it's not a matter of having to pay people to do that. And this could exist all over. And I think that this is part of what we should be considering as well, Uhuru gyms, so that in every community people can work for fitness, and it's not, building resources for the colonial capitalists, but also building human resources among ourselves. So we can be fit all the way around, and we can be emotionally fit, and we can have emotional discipline, because that's absolutely necessary. You don't have the right to just freak out. You don't have the right just to go crazy because something happened in your life that's bad. And as bad as it is, it's not as, it's just for you. When you multiply it all over by the times that things are bad for all the masses of African people, then what you see is your bad treatment, your bad situation is minuscule. And discipline is absolutely necessary. Emotional discipline, control the emotions. We don't have to go those places that the bourgeoisie has told us. They find it amusing. They know it's amusing that they'll get an emotional kind of response from, and in our lives and what have you. And I just wanted to say that there's so much more that could be said, should be said. And if I were better organized, I probably would have said it. But I just want to thank everybody and just express my appreciation again for the significance of this panel and this incredibly significant convention. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, fists up.
Fight back.
Fists up.
Fight back.
Uhuru, Chairman. I really appreciate that presentation. Just this whole, emotional control. Just the colonizers, concept of crazy versus what's crazy, and not from that perspective of the colonized. And even just this whole thing of African internationalist morale, having that morality push us to make ourselves in the best shape possible to be able to do this work physically, mentally, emotionally, and struggling to eliminate all aspects or take away from our capacity to do this work and wage this revolution. So I really appreciate that, Chairman. We do have one more panelist to come. We have Dr. Aisha, who is a Chairman.
I just wanted to say this. I think it's really important.
Yes.
When we talk about emotional health,
yes.
This practice of misusing, mistreating each other, and especially mistreating women by African men, I just think that it's profoundly important for us to deal with, especially coming from the matriarchal kind of society that most of us do as African people. Matriarchy that has so much respect, generally speaking, for women. And but in this context, I mean, even the form of the family has been affected by being under colonial domination. It has become normal, these relationships that we have, and they work against us. And we have to really be open to criticizing the entire relationship, the entire social system as it permeates our lives, our people, our community. And when we talk about African internationalist morality, when we talk about people who see a member of the party, they need to see the highest stance around morality, our treatment of each other, our treatment of the people, our treatment of women. They need to say, that's what I want to emulate. That's part of the process of leading to the development of the new society that we are in the process of creating. So I know, I overdid it, over talk. That's a lack of organization on my part. but I just wanted to make sure that I added that into what it is we are responsible doing. And I spoke of the treatment of African women by men, but it's not one-sided. I mean, the way we treat each other, because we get trained, we get how to relate to each other as men and women, as fathers and children, and mothers and children, et cetera, by the colonizer. And we have to help demonstrate another kind of morality that reflects an African internationalist mental health as well. So, Uhuru, thank you, comrade.
Uhuru, I appreciate that. I appreciate that that addition. And I unite. Yeah, we all unite. When we go into the communities, we have to carry ourselves in a way that does reflect the African internationalist morality, just the highest standard of that, and be worthy of emulation by people in our community. So I unite with that, and I appreciate that, gentlemen. We're going to be moving on now to Dr. Aisha Fields, who is the director of the All African People's Education All African People's Education Empowerment and take three. The All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. Who director? So she'll be updating us on COVID-19 protocols and just how the African community should be responding to the coronavirus.
Uhuru, Comrade Dexter, I just really want to, first of all, appreciate and salute that dynamic panel. I thought it was incredible. I think all the presentations were right on time. I really appreciate Chairman giving us the exclamation point, after all of those incredible presentations. And I just want to really salute this convention and the 30 years of history of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, history of struggle and leadership of the African working class. And I want to salute President Colombayi and Annette, the international president of InPDUM and her IEC. And I want to salute, again, my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella, who's the leader of the entire Uhuru movement and the African People's Socialist Party. I want to salute the deputy chair, Onazanaya Shatella. I want to salute Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa, Director of Organization Chimurenga Salambao, and all of the members of the party's National Central Committee. And just to say that APDEP, the organization that I'm responsible for leading as a member of the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, is an organization of the Uhuru movement, and we have the responsibility of winning skilled African people, nurses, doctors, agriculturalists, teachers, and other kind of skilled Africans to contribute our skills to the African liberation movement, the movement for African freedom and self-government that's obviously being led by the African People's Socialist Party. And through APDEP's Project Black Ankh, which is the African Nations Emergency Preparedness and Disaster Response Program, APDEP has been working to meet the needs of African people during this period of the colonial coronavirus. And in this period where the party, and specifically the chairman, called for the leadership of APDEP to around the People's War Commission against COVID-19, our medical advisory team has been working to really try to sum up consistently where we are in terms of COVID and to put forward best practices for African people to follow during this time. And we've also been working hard to develop programs, concrete programs, like our International COVID-19 Telehealth Program that since July of 2020 has offered the African nation access to free online appointments with our licensed doctors and nurses. So in my presentation today, what I want to do is just give an overview of the current COVID situation and to share with our movement and with our people as a whole COVID-19 protocols which have been developed by our Project Black Ankh medical advisory team. So as we know, there's a lot of confusion, I think, still that exists about where we are right now in terms of the life of the pandemic. And there are a lot of questions that people still have around COVID vaccines, around Delta variants, whether or not there are other variants that we should be concerned about. Do we need to mask? If so, under what circumstances? So as of today, there have been more than 219 million reported cases of COVID-19 worldwide, and more than 4.5 million people have died from this virus. The US still leads the world in COVID-19 cases and deaths with more than 39.9 million cases and 648,000 deaths. African and indigenous people have been hardest hit by this colonial coronavirus. And African people in the US have disproportionately contracted COVID, and at least 1 in 3 Africans have had a friend or family member who has died from the virus. Africans in Europe and other imperialist centers have also been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. And with more than 583,000 deaths officially reported in Brazil, which is the country with the second largest population of African people anywhere in the world, Africans have been deeply impacted there. Much of the continent of Africa and the Caribbean have been spared huge numbers of positive cases and deaths in the earlier part of the pandemic. But now we're seeing surges that, while not in any way close to what we've seen in the US and in Europe and in some parts of Asia, are definite cause for concern, especially given the general lack of health infrastructure that exists there. So after an initial sharp decline in new COVID infections in the US and other colonizer countries because of vaccines, there's now a significant increase in cases, in part due to the worldwide spread of what has come to be known as the Delta variant. So right now in the US, many parts of the country are worse now in terms of the number of infections, hospitalizations, and deaths than even during the winter surge that we already passed through. Things are not improving, and we should absolutely be prepared for another winter surge this year. Okay, so now that we've given just a brief overview of what we understand about the overall COVID situation, I want to share some of the Uhuru Movement COVID-19 protocols that have been developed by the medical advisory team of APDEP's Project Black Onc. So our original protocols, they were developed in March of 2020. And since then, they've been updated 3 times with the most recent update on July 22nd, 2021. And these protocols are intended to give the Uhuru Movement and African people as a whole direction in terms of how we should be moving in this period due to our likelihood of becoming infected with COVID-19. And so I'm going to say that while our protocols have been developed to minimize our risks, scientists and public health officials are now warning that almost every human on Earth is going to encounter this virus. There will likely be no herd immunity. So the question for us really needs to be, how will this virus find us? Will it find us unmasked and therefore likely coming into contact with a higher amount of the virus, which will likely make us sicker? Or will it meet us masked and therefore having reduced the amount of virus we are initially in contact with? Will this virus find us in a poor state of health, with a weakened immune system, already sick with preventable and treatable illnesses like high blood pressure, obesity, or diabetes? Diseases that, like COVID-19, are also colonial viruses that have been imposed in mass on African people? Or when we meet this virus, are we going to be in a general state of good health or working towards improving our overall health by eating well, reducing the amount of processed foods we take in, exercising, drinking plenty of water, getting rid of all those sugary drinks and fried non-foods that we find all over the Black community? So these are some really important factors to consider as we look at what we have to do to protect ourselves, our families, and our community, and the African nation as a whole. So, okay, so now I just want to go through some of the most important aspects of our COVID-19 protocols. So the first thing is that we have to take steps to protect ourselves and others. Our Project Black Onc medical advisory team recommends vaccination against COVID-19. Now, we know that this remains a hotly debated topic in the African community, and that many people have concerns about the long-term consequences of COVID vaccination. And while there is no long-term data available for these vaccines, in the history of vaccine development, there have been no major long-term health concerns found beyond that which can be found within the first 3 months of having taken the vaccine. And right now, hundreds of millions of people around the world have safely been vaccinated against COVID-19. And more of what has been taken into account, including political considerations for making this recommendation, can be found in various articles that we've written in our online journal, theburningspear.com. So we encourage people to go there to look at some of the articles that we've written, kind of summing up our position on COVID-19 vaccination. But we have to note that you should talk to your primary care doctor to discuss any health conditions that you might have that make vaccination not the right option for you. So like the whole panel that we just went through, which I really think was so important to have to put this discussion around COVID into context, we have to take steps towards living a healthy lifestyle, including eating a diet rich in fruits and vegetables, engaging in regular exercise, getting plenty of rest, and taking other steps to build our immune systems. We have to, talk to your doctor and consider supplementing with vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. And also moringa is a plant which can be available to African people in various parts of the world and can be a good addition to the diet as well. It's really good as an immune booster. But whether you are fully vaccinated or not, wear a mask at all times when in indoor public spaces. Now I want to say something about that because there have been many concerns that face masks can reduce oxygen intake. I've heard people say that a lot, even recently, and that wearing face masks can lead to low blood oxygen levels. However, masks are made from breathable materials that will not block the oxygen that you need. The vast majority of people ages 2 or older can safely wear face masks for extended periods of time. For example, children in school, or if you're doing a shift at work. And this includes many people who have medical conditions. So this concern or this claim that wearing a mask is gonna block your ability to get oxygen is not true. There've also been false reports that face masks can lead to carbon dioxide poisoning from rebreathing the air we normally breathe out. So that's something that also even recently I've heard somebody state, don't, an African, and trying to convince an older African woman, in fact, not to wear a mask because it was unsafe. It would cause her to breathe in carbon dioxide. But that is not true. Carbon dioxide molecules are very tiny. They're even smaller than respiratory droplets, and they cannot be trapped by breathable materials like cloth or disposable masks. So in fact, surgeons wear tight-fitting masks all day as part of their jobs without any harm. But just as a note, children under 2 years of age should not wear masks since they may not be able to remove them without help. And children with severe breathing problems, cognitive impairments may also have a hard time tolerating a face mask, and extra precautions may be needed. If you can keep your physical distance and will not be having any close-up conversations, masks are not necessary while outside. However, if you're unable to maintain physical distance while outdoors, masks should be worn. We should continue to minimize your close interactions with others who are not in your household or who are at an increased risk of COVID-19 complications. And when you do have to have those kind of interactions, everybody should wear a mask. Make sure to wear your mask over your nose and mouth. Change your mask anytime throughout the day if it gets moist or soiled, and maintain a minimum physical distance of 6 to 10 feet from others not in your household when at all possible. This is especially important for those who are at higher risk of COVID-19 complications. Of course, continue to wash your hands regularly, avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands, and avoid contact with people who are sick. And I can't stress this enough. If you are experiencing any feelings of that you're unwell, if you're feeling tired, more than usual, if you're having cough, sneeze, runny nose, feel like you may have a cold, feel like it may be your allergies, feel like you may have a flu, don't assume that you're okay. Don't assume immediately that it is allergies and it's best to get COVID tested, determine whether or not it is COVID so that you don't send take yourself or send your children into a situation where you could spread that to people who are vulnerable. If you're unvaccinated, we recommended that people only travel by bus, train, or airplane when necessary, and that travel on cruise ships is still not recommended even if you are fully vaccinated. For long distance travel by car, it's best to travel with those who are in your household or your already established bubble. With the Delta variant, COVID-19 symptoms seem to present at first more like a cold with a runny nose, a sore throat, and other upper respiratory systems. So if you begin to experience cough, headaches, sore throat, sneezing, loss of taste or smell, shortness of breath, or any difficulty breathing, contact your doctor or medical care provider. If you're a member of the Uhuru movement, please inform your direct leadership. And if you'd like to make an appointment with APDEP's COVID-19 Project Black COVID-19 telehealth program, please visit developmentforafrica.org/telehealth. If you develop emergency signs of COVID-19, you need to get emergency medical attention immediately. Some of the signs that you need emergency attention are difficulty breathing or shortness of breath, persistent pain or pressure in your chest, a new confusion or inability to arouse or awaken, bluish lips or face. And this is not an all-inclusive list. So if there's anything that you feel very concerned about or you think is severe, then you should seek medical attention. So just in summation, our message to African people is to continue to take COVID-19 seriously. We know that for now, our people do not have a government anywhere working explicitly in our best interests. Not yet, anyway. But what we do have is the international Uhuru movement, led by the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, which is building around the world with a singular mission to end the colonial domination of our people and to establish on our motherland, the continent of Africa, our own socialist government that would use our collective resources, both human and material, to protect us from this virus or any other condition or situation that may confront us. African medical professionals, scientists, or any other African who wants to contribute their skills, no matter what they are, towards building APDEP's critically important programs, we want to invite you to go to developmentforafrica.org and join APDEP under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party so that we can use our skills for the benefit of the masses of our people who need us now more than ever. No matter who or where you are, you must join or deepen your commitment to the African liberation movement, the Uhuru movement, which is leading a way towards a future of self-government and self-determination. So I want to end by showing, if we have it, technician, the flyer for our COVID-19 telehealth program. If you have any COVID-19 related questions or concerns, please make a free appointment with our international COVID-19 telehealth program by going to developmentforafrica.org/telehealth. Our program is staffed by Uhuru doctors who are dedicated to the health and well-being of our people and who are doing all they can to help us navigate this pandemic and bring forward a future of health and wellness for all of our people. So again, I want to salute International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement for 30 years. I want to salute the African People's Socialist Party and our chairman, Omali Yeshitela, for the leadership that has been provided to the entire African nation and forward to the remainder of this convention. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present Uhuru.
Uhuru, Dr. Fields. Really appreciate that presentation. And just, APDEP's commitment to really equipping the African community with all the information we need to be able to face this virus. Actually want to say I myself had COVID-19. It was about March, April last year. And at the time, I didn't know what to do. I was scared. My family was scared, loved ones was scared, everybody was scared. And, but, APDEP and, Dr. Aisha, they were really there every step of the way to give me the information I need, tell me what supplements I needed to take, tell me what symptoms I needed to look out for, even what physical fitness routines to keep up during that period to make sure I don't succumb to the virus. So I can't appreciate APDEP and the work they've done around this enough. So Uhuru, comrade. I also just want to touch on just a story I recently heard that brought this whole question of mental health in the African community and how we got to respond to it. It's a comrade in this movement who was queer. She's a lesbian and has a brother, a blood brother who spent some time, behind bars, behind enemy lines. And during that time, he was, raped, he was sexually assaulted. And as a result of that, he developed this real hostility towards all, queer people, including his own sister. And as a result of that, has some real issues with his sister today. And that just really drives home this whole question of these colonially imposed brutality that's put on our people and how that impacts the mental health in our people and how that negatively affects the relationships we all have with each other. So that story just really drove all that to mind and just really drives home the significance of this panel, of this convention, and of this whole organization. So I just really wanted to mention that. But I want to appreciate all the participants on this panel. It was a much needed panel. So who are comrades? Any questions? Oh yeah, so we do have a brief Q&A. Anyone have any questions that they may want to ask any of the presenters today during this panel? Okay, we do have a question from Comrade Mike Parker. I'll read it off right now. So this one is for Chairman. Do you think sports have taken our most physically imposing Africans from the revolution, or is there space for both? That is a question directed at Chairman Amali Ishitela. Unless somebody else is unable to take this question
Just
on.
having an issue.
Uhuru Chairman.
On hosting.
Uhuru.
You know.
Yeah. We got you.
Yeah.
Uhuru Chairman.
I want to say that I think that there's room for both. I think that I think sports is a part of Africa, has always been a part of Africa. And so the problem, of course, is that we live in a world that's dominated by capitalism. And so even sports is something that's not done for the benefit of the people. It's a money-making industry. That includes things like the Olympics and what have you. So yeah, I really believe sports are critically important for the revolution, critically important. Our children should be bred, should come into life. In fact, it is part of how African mothers and older women, if you look at how an African baby historically, traditionally when it's born, and how the women, take the limbs of the baby and pull and work the limbs and what have you. I mean, there's the relationship of, I think, of what we characterize as sports to African culture, history, and the revolution, I think is profound. The problem, of course, is that everything that happens under colonial capitalism is done to the disadvantage of the colonized, and we just have to take command of it and turn it into something that facilitates the revolutionary project. But yeah, I think that not only can they, but I think they must go hand in hand. I want people who are in our party, in our work, to feel uncomfortable with people knowing that they don't work out physically, they don't do something for themselves, for the community, for the party. That's part of what the whole fitness thing is all about. I want people to feel uncomfortable in our movement. We didn't say anybody that you can't be in the party if you don't smoke, but I think they should feel uncomfortable being around folk who we recognize that that's something that we are fighting against as part of the whole anti-colonial project, et cetera. So yes, Comrade Michael, and I'm just appreciating overall your presentation. I want to say that, and I do recognize that sports is part of Africa, and that it does go hand in glove with the African Revolution. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman, Uhuru. Really appreciate that answer. I don't believe we have any other questions here. Any questions on social media?
No.
Uhuru. Okay. Chairman, do you have any last thoughts?
I can't overstate the significance of this panel. And the fact that here you have a revolutionary party coming, Mike, a revolutionary party putting on the agenda, a revolutionary organization of a revolutionary party putting on the agenda this entire question of health, mental health, the physical health, and what have you. I just think it's critical. It's really important, and the brilliance of the people who present it. It cannot, in my view, also cannot be overstated. So Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman, really appreciate that. So, I would say, and I think many others would believe that you are a picture of all these different types of health we've discussed over the course of this panel. So I felt that we'd be remiss if we didn't, you already know what's coming. I felt we'd be remiss if we didn't run this quick little video of a session I had the pleasure of being part of with you in the gym. Let's roll that right quick.
Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water.
co-chairman. Hey, I gotta say, everybody watching, train like chairman, train like chairman. Real quick, during that session, I'm never gonna forget, we went there. I remember particularly we're hitting the dumbbells. And I forgot how much weight we're doing exactly, but you were doing some curls, and I saw you, the chairman was hitting it. I think you did like 10. So I was looking at him, sorry, chairman did 10. All right, let me see if I can bang on 15. Let me see if I can do like 20 or something like that. So I get on the same dumbbell you were curling, right? I go and I said, I said, maybe it's my form, and maybe my form is off. Let me just, let me get right. Try it again. And man, there's no joke, and I hope we can make it to the gym at some point in the near future, Chairman. But yes, I would appreciate all the participants of this panel. We need to be fit for the revolution. So yeah, Uhuru, I think we can move on from here. Uhuru, I think next up we got yes from Jamaica. We got a comrade from Jamaica, an organizer, an InPDUM organizer out in Jamaica. Comrade Janelle Owens, also an exceptionally talented poet. I've been seeing her post her stuff on Instagram for a while now. So I'm really looking forward to seeing you spit some for us today, comrade. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Dexter. I just want to appreciate all the panels that were before me and salute the leadership that made this whole program, this whole convention a reality. This has been a really great experience so far, and I'm honored to be a part of it. So without further ado, this is a poem that I wrote in response to certain natural events that happened last August, just last month. So here we go. The earth quaked and crumbled beneath the feet of our ancestors in Haiti. Once on August 14, 1791, again this year too. The first time the people shook the earth, this time the earth shook you. It must be a sign from God or the imperialists of the world we're in. But days later, on Garvey's birthday, he came back to us in a whirlwind, in a heavy tropical storm, cleansing the dirt and crumble, urging the revolutionary lips to no longer curse and mumble. The roads we've been have got no use. The ancestors have exposed the roots. The tree will never bear us fruits until we come to face the truth, that this is a very rotten tree, and the colonizer's dirty knee will never, ever set us free before the vision Garvey did foresee. False nations will wash away, and there will come a time one day when Africa stands strong again. It's up to us to decide when. Uhuru. Thank you so much. So the title of that poem is Materialism. And I just wrote it in response to, of course, the earthquake that happened this year in Haiti. And it really bothered me that I was hearing some people question whether or not the fact that the earthquake happened on the anniversary of the Haitian Revolution was the result of some kind of nature conspiring against us in the struggle against colonialism. And I just wanted to write something that would urge people to recognize that this struggle that we have is not a fight against something that is natural or was ordained by the gods against us, that we are struggling against something that is a result of human actions. And as materialists, we have the ability to change the future, just like our ancestors in Haiti did. So that was that piece. Thank you so much.
Janelle. Yeah, thank you. That was a really profound piece. And yeah, just the connection you made. You said, what we suffer is nothing that's up in the air, nothing up in the sky, nothing that's mystical. It can't be explained. You can explain it concretely, and since you could trace a root concretely, then we can make a concrete solution to this. So I really appreciate that poem, comrade. Uhuru.
If I could just do one more poem, because I know I did have like 10 minutes. So,
Hey, look, the floor is yours.
okay, so this poem is called Names Are Also Prayers. Black woman of African descent, where have you descended to? Afro-Brit, Afro-Swede, African-American stuck picking weeds, Afro-Jamaican, Afro-Latina, Afro-Korean in Olympic arenas, running and running from where you descend to land in a colony our enemies defend. How many times was this land cursed by our tortured ancestors, hoping for the worst, hoping the plantation would go up in flames? After all these years, you've changed your name to include a land, a realm of scorched earth, still tending to the nation that did not give you birth. Black woman of African descent, where have you descended to? Come back from where you went. Pick up the hammer and sickle, the machete and the torch. Carry on the tradition without any remorse. Demystify your name to call on those before who bore the brunt of the battle. We shall descend no more. Uhuru.
My fault. I was on mute here talking to myself. Yeah, I really appreciate that, comrade. That was a really tough piece too. And I remember seeing that piece. I think he performed that on was it on the episode of the People's World Radio Show that everybody should be tuning into. Yes, that was a good piece on Africans of people of African descent. Where'd you descend from? That's the question. When did we become something else? I really appreciate that piece. That was tough. Thank you, comrade.
Thank you.
Right on. So from here, we're going to be moving on to our Africans Charged Genocide panel. Now, last year, InPDUM implemented. Oh, you know what? Actually, incoming. 1 second. We just received a comment from Deputy Chair on his name regarding the last panel. I'm going to read it off to everybody right now. Uhuru comrades, this was a significant panel. Chairman Amali Shatella, president and creator of Black Star Industries, and I, Owners Naya Shatella, as vice chair of Black Star Industries, want to salute the InPDUM convention, the InPDUM 2021 convention, by donating at the Marcus Garvey level of $1,000. On behalf of Black Star Industries.
Wow.
Just like BSI, InPDUM, we cannot solve our problems alone.
Yeah.
But with each other, y'all hear that? You know, there's a slight delay here. So, you know, we saying something, then we're hearing the applause like 20 seconds later. So they just caught the $1,000 news. Just like BSI, InPDUM, we cannot solve our problems alone. But with each other, we can build an economy that sustains ourselves and puts us on the road to independence and self-determination. We can teach ourselves how economic development works and the importance of giving back to help each other, not as charity, but to create a self-sustaining economy that we control. Black Star Industries is only part of the chairman's vision. In 40 years of struggle to build a movement of African people, recognizing that all the vast resources of Africa are our birthright. In the process of building economic development and economic self-reliance, we are preparing to self-govern once again.
Whoa! One Africa!
One nation!
One nation!
One Africa! Uhuru, 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 appreciate that, Deputy Chair. So moving on, we're gonna be, we're going into our, to our Africans Charged Genocide panel. Unless I'm missing something, hold on, you know, things are changing. What's up, what's up? Oh, I also want to give off some updates. Our current total since that last donation, that puts us at, if I'm not mistaken.
That's wrong. Just go ahead and I get the rest.
All right. You know, they're coming in so fast, y'all. They come. I got a slip of paper 5 minutes ago that said our most recent amount. It's been updated since then, with Deputy Chair's donations. So these slips of paper with donation amounts are coming in. So I'll give y'all an update of the most recent one in a second. But now we're gonna move on to the Africans Charged Genocide panel. And then for that, we're bringing on Comrade Vice President Masamela Odom. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everybody, Uhuru. Yeah, I want to really salute Deputy Chair Onizene Yeshitela. I think in many ways, Deputy Chair Onizene Yeshitela speaks to all, her comments speaks to all aspects of the work that we're involved in. I really want to salute the panels that came before us. I really want to salute Janelle out of Spanish Town, Jamaica, tell people to pick up the hammer and the sickle, you know, for the African nation, the African people, where have you descended to? So this portion of the convention agenda, we ask people to pick up that hammer and that sickle. So this panel we have is the African Charged Genocide African Reparations Claim panel. And as a part of this panel, we're going to have Comrade Kobina Bantushango, Southern Region Rep for the African People's Socialist Party, Comrade Yejide Ornmila, President of the African National Women's Organization. We'll have Comrade Zach Williams from African Reparations Claim, and Comrade Benjamin Prado of Unión del Barrio. So as you all know, in 2021, you know, we talked about this being the 30th anniversary of InPDUM. But this is also the 70th anniversary of something called the We Charge Genocide campaign. Which overall I would not say is extremely, well, in terms of its name, sounds a lot like what we're doing, but it's vastly different, right? Yeah, it's this 1951 document that was presented to the United Nations. But like I said, unlike that document, led by, you know, some notable people, I think even Paul Robeson was involved in that process, African Charged Genocide has taken the historic charge of genocide against African people against the US and the Western colonial powers from the hands of the white left and the African petty bourgeoisie. So it's just like the party had done with the reparations question, and place it into the hands of the African working class. The African reparations claim allows Africans to demand reparations, just compensation for this genocide, and that it even be paid to the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement as a representative of the African working class. So in this, we will hear about the contemporary struggles against colonial genocide of African and indigenous people, and also plan the way forward. So let's bring together this panel. We're going to really outline the contradictions, and then look is actually Comrade Zach Parker. Comrade Zach Williams. Comrade Zach Williams is he works with Agipop. He also works with the African Reparations Claim. Comrade Zach is also a comrade who's done extreme work and research. I first met Zach 10 years ago. Zach got his PhD at the same place I got mine, but Zach is the person adamantly committed towards taking those skills and delivering back to the African working class, committing what Comrade Amilcar Cabral referred to as class suicide. So Zach, I know that you've been doing a lot of research, and one of the readings that you had come across that I've never seen anybody dissect like you was Chairman's Stolen Black Labor. So, you know, tell us a little bit about the work you've been doing.
Uhuru. Thank you, VP Matsamela. Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to come and speak at this convention, and thank you for giving me the time to speak with y'all. So I'm going to get to this to the book Stolen Black Labor, because I think that stolen Black labor is the foundation for the African reparations claim that is being articulated by InPDUM and the African People's Socialist Party. And so I just want to take a moment and salute the leadership of the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, as well as my direct leadership that I work with, Director Akile and I, Bakari Olatunji, and VP Masamela. So I appreciate the leadership that y'all provided with me and allowing me the opportunity, as you said, to give my skills back to the African working class. I think where I want to start is to talk about and emphasize the importance of talking about reparations in relationship to the Africans Charged Genocide campaign, because as VP Masamela has stated, reparations is one of the ways that we look at it is compensation for the genocidal practices that have been and continue to be imposed upon us African people. And there have been lots of conversations in the US and even globally, but I'm here in the Western region of the United States talking about reparations. You have, I'll give 3 examples that you might have heard of. You have Evanston, Illinois, which is a city that started a reparations subcommittee and what they call the restorative housing program. You may have heard of another group called NCOBRA, which has been around for a long time, that claims to push the reparations question. And then finally, you might have heard of HR 40, which is a commission to study and develop reparations proposed by Representative Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas. And I think that it's imperative that we understand the difference that African internationalism brings, the difference that the African People's Socialist Party is bringing to the reparations conversation. These conversations are not reparations. And I think it's important to say that reparations isn't about cutting a check and being included into the current system. It's not about propping up the colonial capitalist model with low lending rates for home loans. Excuse me. It's not about free tuition for the colonial university system. I'm not saying that these things we don't deserve, but what I'm saying is that this isn't reparations, because reparations must be articulated as part of the revolutionary claim for freedom and self-determination for Africans, not inclusion and tokenism. And so that's what I wanted to say. Now I want to get to Chairman's book, Stolen Black Labor. It's available for download through the Burning Spear Publications website. And I encourage everybody, I think it is absolutely foundational that we read this text. Download it. If you're in a party, read it. If you're not in a party, read it. And probably, you know, if you're in InPDUM, read it. I'm saying everybody, if you're not in InPDUM, read it. We have to push this book. It's foundational. And I'm going to share just a little bit of what I got from the book that's important for reparations claim. Reparations means addressing not only slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, mass incarceration, and the tremendous theft of African labor from our communities. It's about understanding the ways that colonial capitalism has always been and continues to be propped up by colonization and the theft of African labor. Capitalism could not function without the pillaging and looting of resources from Africa, from South America, throughout the world, as well as the value that is being created by African labor, the African working class. And Chairman is very clear about this role of the theft of African labor in the development of capitalism, excuse me. As was said earlier today, the pedestal upon which the entire society rests is colonial capitalism. And so turning to Chairman's book, Stolen Black Labor, there's 2 quotes that I want to read to you that help put things into perspective for us and what we're talking about when we talk about reparations. So under a subheading titled Surplus Value Extracted by Merchants and Bankers, Chairman Omali Yeshitela writes, quote, improving the essential contribution of African labor to the primitive accumulation of capital, it is necessary to do more than understand the way that Southern planters became rich off of our labor. Africans did more than provide a genteel life for self-styled Bourbons. We must examine the way that the wealth produced by African labor was used by Northern merchants in order to start up industry and banking and the basic infrastructures of capitalism. So what this means is that it's not just about the South. What this means is it's not just about the United States or the North. What this means is that the entire system of capitalism as a global system is founded on slavery, on the theft of African people from Africa, on the theft of our labor, and the transmission of that value into the system. This is where middle class comes from. This is what supports people coming to this country looking for a better life. There are two groups of people who didn't come to this country looking for a better life. The indigenous populations who were already here and already had a better way of life before colonialism, and Africans who were stolen from Africa and brought here to transform this land into something that is not for us. So we didn't come here looking for a better life. Actually, our labor provides that better life for people as they come looking. To continue on, let's think about the kinds of numbers that Chairman puts out for us and just thinking about the period of slavery. Chairman writes, but to keep our estimate on the conservative side, we can conclude that the amount of profit derived from slave labor was equal for the Southern planter class and the Northern capitalists. For this reason, we must say that the 30 billion in profit for the planters is equaled by the 30 billion in profits for the Northern capitalists, giving an estimate of the wealth extracted from African people during the period of chattel slavery of $60 billion. This is 60 billion, which simply abstracts the measure of built up human labor which could have been used to build up the strength and culture of Africa. And so this is what we're talking about addressing when we talk about a reparations claim, is the way in which our labor has been stolen from us and went into building a system that took resources directly from Africa. And I want to be clear that this 60 billion is 60 billion in then dollars. Think about that. In 1865, you're talking about $60 billion. So I think that this is where I want to leave you with the conversation about stolen Black labor. I want to be clear and I want to be direct here and keep my thoughts organized. But the last thing that I want to say is that 60 billion that I'm talking about is only for the period of official slavery. When we calculate the totals following the end, what they call emancipation, which really is a disguise and a transition to another kind of colonial domination, the current figure that we are working with from Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the APSP that I understand is we're owed more than $14 trillion. And that's what we're coming for. And so what we are organizing under the reparations claim is a means for African people themselves to sign the petition to say, I want the APSP to represent my reparations claim. I want the money that is due to us to be paid to a responsible unit that can distribute the funds and use them to build up not just individual wealth within the community, but build up African communities here and build up Africa for the Africans, because this is where our power base is going to come from based on the development of African internationalism. So sign the petition. It's also a way to get out and meet Africans where they are. Signing the Africans Charged Genocide petition, signing the reparations petition is a way to bring Africans in. It's a way to meet them face to face and to show them the investment that they have in fighting for their own freedom, what we stand to gain, and also to make material the claim, Uhuru, we want freedom in our lifetime. We don't want freedom 10 generations. We want freedom in our lifetime now. And I think that this is one of the main ways that the reparations claim can help. I'm happy to say more, but I'm going to keep my thoughts organized and on time here. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Zach. Yeah. So, it looks like we might even have a little bit of time for some comments, question and answering. As others come on, but Kobina, let's bring Kobina on because Kobina, One of the things that I was hoping you could speak towards is what you all are developing in the southern region, these tribunals, based off the conversation we had, which in many ways, following the leadership of Deputy Chair, we clearly understand how the economic and political is one. And in building our economic institutions, even within the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, such as UZI, or even us reaching our fundraising goals today is a part of that mission. But when we go even and following Deputy Chair's lead and the lead of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, one of the things that we can do is the way in which it's all about building a dual power, building the ability for Africans to be self-sustaining, even in dealing with all the crises. You know, we just had, you were part of the getting fit for the revolution. And, you know, one of the things about being in the party and party discipline is that it allows for us to understand with, you know, how to deal with victories and losses, right? How can the African community deal with struggles? How can we teach Africans how, you know, what's the role of something like criticism and self-criticism? How can that be taught to the African masses as a way to counter the horizontal violence, you know, the U.S. Culture of violence that has been enforced upon us and things like that. You know, Africans get into it with another African, and the Africans know explicitly they don't want to call the cops, right? But what might happen is the Africans might go to blows with each other or something like that. So we know that in something like the tribunals, empowering Africans to charge the U.S. Colonial state and other colonial states with genocide against African people is of the utmost importance. But the other aspect of what y'all are really building is the way through which we can empower the African working class to solve all their problems through this community based system which you all are trying to put forward. So yeah, tell us a little bit about what y'all got baking up there in the southern region.
Conrad Masamala, I appreciate that that intro and guidance in terms of the direction of the discussion. And I appreciate the Conrad before. And like I said, I always have to give a salute to my direct leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, DC owner Yeshitela, and the NCC of the African People's Social Party. And also to President Columbai and yourself as Vice President, and the whole IEC of InPDUM for this magnificent convention, which I have to say, I will be renewing my membership today. So I got to get that out there. But I mean, I think like we say, even in every aspect of the movement, the chairman has set the example, in terms of the work, because even the question around reparations, and like I think it was mentioned before that, these other organizations that, had reparation organizations, a lot was influenced by the party. And the party had a organization, a reparation organization, which was the African National Reparation Organization. And, but more importantly, a lot of organizations, which do a lot of good work in terms of going administratively, going to, the courts and fighting for reparations and attempting to define what that means. But the party, as always, want to bring the masses into this process and help the masses understand that we are old. Because when you're talking about, repairing and owing somebody something, what does this do to the minds of the masses if they unite and understand the question of reparations, and that this government, colonialism, the U.S. has possession of what's ours. So it helps us to understand that we're not on welfare. It's the government is on welfare. It helps us to understand that what they got, and even the things that they trickle down to us, is them stealing our stuff and giving us a percentage of that. And it wins people to want to fight for what's ours, not fight for a handout, not fight for a check, not fight for some, symbol, but to fight for what's rightfully ours, and to understand that this government owes us, not we owe the government owes us. And the only way that they're able to continue to progress, is at our expense by continually stealing our stuff. So when we did the tribunal, when the chairman called for the tribunal, the World Tribunal on Reparations in 1982, there was a lot of people that was involved, and this is where, for the first time that it was able to be quantified that the U.S. government owed Africans $4.1 trillion in labor alone. That's just in labor alone, not nothing else, but labor alone, and that was that's 40 years ago, what I'm saying, or 39 years ago, close to 40 years ago, that we organized the tribunal. And this it's more than just the fact that we did it, is the fact that, what does this mean? This commands that we plan to govern, what I'm saying, that we call, who gives us the power to have our own courts, but the question really is, who gives them the power to have court and bring us to their court? So we have to give our own selves the power, because we plan to govern. We give ourselves the power to govern. We give ourselves the power to hold a court and hold them accountable and charge them for crimes against humanity, and quantify, what it means to be, quantify, what they actually owe us and what it's going to take. And it brings the masses into this process, where one of our goals during that time was to make reparation a household name, because no matter what politician you bring that to, if you don't have the masses with you with the understanding of that, then they can cut you a check, what I'm saying, and say, that's it, that's a done deal. But the chairman, in African internationalism, says that we got to organize the masses into this process. So part of that is saying that we got to lead the masses to power. And that's exactly what we want to do. And since 1982, we have had 11 other tribunals by the party. So this is something, when we talk about Black People's Court, this is not anything new to the party. This is something that the party has been doing for over close to 40 years, because we understood that we have to have the power again, and win the people to know that they have the power to hold the real criminals, to charge the real criminals with genocide against the African community, and hold them accountable for their crimes in the African community. And we have to define that. We have to help people understand that and win people to this process. So, even as early as, was as late as, the Mike Brown murder that we saw right there in St. Louis, is that, it was the African People's Socialist Party that organized the Black People's Grand Jury. And that done a number of different things. But, we got to be bold, and we got to be able to say that we coming to govern, we coming to take power, and we want to win the masses to understand that this is ours. This is our course. This is our plan forward. We have to continue to protest. We have to continue to demonstrate. We have to continue to resist on every form. But we also have to build dual and contending power. We also have a responsibility to build the capacity to actually govern ourselves. And that's what we do when we address these things. It's not enough just to read and know. This is African internationalism, where you read and know, and then you apply, you practice, and you hear, I hear DC owner saying more than anybody is that it's not what we do. I mean, not what we say, is what we do. So we have to win the people to power, because everybody's not just going to be able to hear just by us talking, but they can see the tangible things that's happening. They can feel the justice that came from the Black people's grand jury in St. Louis. You know, I participated in a tribunal right here in Huntsville, and the people that participated, you know, said this is the first time that they ever got any sense of justice. You know, the fact that they can subpoena the state to come to our courts, you know what I'm saying? And we have to do that right there in St. Petersburg, Florida. We, matter of fact, at a convention, one of my first InPDUM conventions was in St. Petersburg, Florida. If I'm not mistaken, it was 2005. And this is the power of African internationalism and our ability to hold certain courts, because one, we have to be able to address the injustices that happen to our community. We have to be able to address the injustice that happen to our community from the state. And we also have the capacity to resolve our internal contradictions. And right there in St. Pete, 2005, we organized 2 communities. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Bethel Heights and Jordan Park, that was at odds with each other. And some Africans had got killed, but the movement went in and organized, and the community united, and those comrades signed a peace treaty that there would be no more gun violence between these 2 communities. And they actually organized to sign the peace treaty. And that's footage of this, where these comrades organized the peace treaty and signed it right there at the InPDUM convention. This is the power of the movement. This is the power of African internationalism. This is saying that we have to take power in every aspect of our life, and we can govern ourselves. We talk about Black community control of the police. We talk about these things. This is how we implement this process. And one of the things that we're doing right now is continuing on that trajectory, is saying that we have to organize our own courts. We go to their courts and we don't get justice in their courts. We do not get justice in their courts. No matter how much they put in front of us that the lie, there have been 2 killings that they say they convicted an officer and he got 20 years or something like that. That's not justice. That's not justice. We say that the people we have to organize and get justice ourselves. We have to organize and govern ourselves. We have to organize our own courts and our ability and our capacity to address these issues externally and internally, and understanding that that we working in the best interest of the community, because we clear that even the internal contradiction that we have is a consequence of being colonized. So we clear that the real criminals are the state, and we want to win the masses to this process where people can participate and find and have ways to address the contradictions within our community, as well as have ways to address the injustice that's happening beyond beyond the protest, beyond, protesting in front of their courts. We have to build our own courts and our own capacity to carry out our verdicts. And that's what we on a trajectory to do, is to build our own courts throughout the Southern region and take that beyond. But I want to say that this is not anything new. This is on the trajectory. This is following the trajectory that the party has always done, that we coming to govern, we coming to take power. And we have a survey that we want everybody, to participate in and fill out, because we're going into the African community with this survey, discussing, having a Black court, having a Black people's court, Black power court, and getting feedback. So as we build these courts, that we win in the masses to this process as well, because it's going to take the masses to contribute to carrying out these verdicts and pushing the real criminals out of our community, so we can build our community in a way that's going to take us toward liberation. So this is what we're in the process of doing right now, is winning the people to this process, and and continuing the trajectory that the party has been on, is taking power, building our own capacity, building our own courts, and governing ourselves. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Kobina. And yeah, so let's make sure that that is shared here on Zoom, but also on Facebook, so people can have access to that survey, so we can, like Kobina said, continue to build our own power. Because we know that Africans, we know neither peace nor justice underneath colonialism. You know, still have us fighting for these scraps. So now we have next. Now we have Comrade Benjamin Prado. Comrade Benjamin Prado is going to give us indigenous Raza internationalists a view of this question, and even some practical ways forward, especially with much of the work that they're doing in defense of the indigenous and African community over in California, but all throughout the U.S. So, Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru, comrade, Matamala, and comrades from the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, on behalf of Unión del Barrio, really appreciate the opportunity to come and discuss, you know, the importance of reparations from our perspective. You know, as Unión del Barrio, you know, we say that we're a people without borders, right? We as Mexicans, indigenous peoples on these lands, don't recognize the colonial borders that have been imposed upon us. And, you know, it's really important for us to understand and recognize the historical context in which we're having to deal with this whole talk and conversation of borders and migration, and the contradictions of that we see in terms of the slander that they attack us as Mexicans, as indigenous peoples on our own land. You know, as I said, you know, we don't recognize the political borders that have been imposed, because they are colonial borders. They're property lines imposed by the settler colonizers that came from Europe, that attacked and assaulted our indigenous nations throughout this continent, and who have for over 500 years accumulated massive amounts of wealth and employ their settler colonizing, occupying armies, not only along the political border that was imposed through war, invasion, and occupation, but also in our barrios, right? Something that we share with the African community here, and in every community where we find ourselves, is this hostile relationship between the settler colonial standing armies known as the police, known as the Border Patrol, known as Immigration and Customs Enforcement, all these entities that work and function in the interest of the capitalist class. And, you know, the historical context and reality is that this entire continent is an indigenous continent with more than 300 indigenous civilizations that has been attacked and slandered through the media, saying that somehow, you know, our indigenous peoples trying to erase the histories of our indigenous nations. We have and we continue to exist despite the 500 years of doctrine of so-called discovery, a philosophy of superiority, a philosophy of settler colonialism. But what's important for us is that we have 500 years of resistance, right? 500 years of fighting back against these concepts and attacks, specifically, you know, embedded in the doctrines that even settler colonialism in the United States promote. You know, there's a lot of talk right now in the media about critical race theory. We have always subscribed to critical an education, democratic schooling, and critical education. And what we're talking about is simply talking about the historical fact historical truth that this is indigenous lands, that we've been here before there was the United States of America, and that our fight and struggle is to abolish all forms of colonial oppression brought on by the United States, specifically this doctrine of manifest destiny, this doctrine of the Monroe Doctrine that it intends to impose on the peoples of Nuestra America through war, through economic blockades. We challenge and reject all these extraterritorial, unilateral US sanctions against revolutionary Cuba, against Venezuela, because we see ourselves as one peoples throughout this continent. And we know that the assault against Venezuela, the assault against Cuba, against Nicaragua, and any nation that has always attempted to take back its resources, such as Venezuela, who took back its natural resources in the form of nationalizing its oil industry. Bolivia, in the most recent case of the coups that have been taking place, that took place in 2019, where they took back their lithium reserves, which today is being sought after by these sick corporations such as Tesla and all the cellular companies, because lithium is necessary for all the devices that people use, whether they be computers, these mobile pads, these mobile devices. And so we see that there's an interest by the US system to always steal, to always rip off our natural resources that belong to the indigenous people, that belong to the peoples of Nuestra America. And any policy that that our peoples build and create to capture that wealth, to maintain that wealth in the hands of our peoples is attacked. And that's why we see a continuous war against, whether it be media and as well as a real actual war with invasions, armies attacking to try to steal that wealth. And so that's why, for us, when we look at this question of immigration policy, number one, we have to see it within the context, the historical context, that number one, as Mexicanos who have been here on this land, whether you want to call it Arizona, Colorado, Mexico, Nevada, Texas, California, we are on indigenous lands. We are on stolen Mexican land. And we say stolen Mexican land because we fought against our peoples fought against the settler Spanish colonizing monarchy, and we won our liberation from Spanish settler colonialism. And we actually built a nation as part of its first constituted nation abolishing slavery. And that's one of the reasons why the United States invaded us as Mexico, right? It invaded us because we had fought off Spanish colonialism, done away with Spanish-controlled slavery, and abolished slavery as a Mexican nation in 1821. But the United States, in its endeavor to expand slavery, we saw them move onto our lands, liberated lands, and launched a war against Mexico in 1846, invaded us, and at the point of a gun, stole more than half of our national territory, right? And so we still uphold the fact that we are on stolen indigenous Mexican land, that we continue to struggle, with our brothers and sisters in any territory where we find ourselves, to reclaim our rightful claim to our land. And we, reject any of the US immigration policy that attempts to capture our people and put us in their concentration camps known as prisons, right? And that's how we see this development of US immigration policy of criminalizing indigenous migrant workers, we don't say that we're immigrants. We say we migrate. Our families do migrate and have migrated for millennia before there was a political border, but that we continue to see ourselves as one indigenous people and one indigenous nation on our lands. In fact, when we see the U.S. policy of militarizing the border, it impacts obviously indigenous peoples on this land, but also impacts African peoples who have been captured and brought over to the Americas throughout these 500 years of settler colonialism. And we see it, even here at the U.S.-Mexico border, manifests itself in the form of, our brothers and sisters from Haiti, different Africans from throughout this continent, whether they be from whatever country in Latin America, that because of U.S. wars there, right? Like I mentioned, the coup in Bolivia, like the U.S. coup in 2009 in Honduras, we see that our African brothers and sisters, those that have been living throughout Nuestra America, but have been spread out as a consequence of slavery brought to this continent. They are our people. We are one people. Again, we reject those political borders, but that find themselves at the border today, precisely because of U.S. imperialism. Many, as we have said historically, that many of our peoples find themselves here because the United States has gone over there to invade, to create war, to put puppet regimes, to put sellout neo-colonial puppets in the interest of the United States and its capitalist class, and that today many of our people find ourselves in a situation where we have to migrate, right? We have to leave many times the towns and homes that we grew up in, and find ourselves here within the U.S. Political empire of the United States. And what we've seen is that we say that the biggest human trafficker that we see is the United States government. Why do we say that? Because not only have they created a whole economy around detention, around incarcerating our people in these private prisons, separating families, even creating manufacturing jobs inside the prison system, which we know that many of the listeners are informed. But it's really important to highlight how this whole economy born from making laws that, number one, create this condition of an authorized worker versus an unauthorized worker, right? What they term illegal workers. How can somebody be an illegal worker, right? I mean, we work as a condition of our existence as a human being, from the sweat of our brows to put food on our tables, to put a roof over our head, to put clothes on our backs and sustain our families. And yet this terrible, sick colonial system wants to criminalize us for working, creates specialized armies such as Immigration and Customs Enforcement that go to our workplaces, that try to surveil our families in the early mornings as we leave to work. And many of our people being pulled over by these unmarked vehicles, many times even in civilian clothing, never even identifying themselves, utilizing fear and terror as a form of psychological warfare, detaining us, arresting us, putting us in their concentration camps known as detention centers, making a profit, right? Private prisons being built with the objective of warehousing our families. And so we have the objective of overturning this relationship, right? Because we know that these entities, all at the service of capitalism, all at the service of the settler colonial state, have a function of maintaining our people in a terrible relationship of exploitation of our labor and exploitation of our lands, and the extraction of the wealth of our labor. So, we see this question of reparations as an important question that we also have an important need to put forward, because the question of reparations for us is not a question of a payout of a check or anything like that. What we want is our land. What we want is to work for our own benefit, for our own material interest, to ensure that we have land, housing, healthcare, education in the hands of the Mexican indigenous people's working class, and with the objective of building a different society, a socialist society, a society where the workers are in power, where we have the capacity to determine the content character of the economy in the interest of the working class. And that's why it's critical for us to be in unity and an alliance with the African People's Socialist Party, with this struggle of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, to build that movement, to build that consciousness, to build the necessary organization that can mobilize workers, that can organize workers, that can create the conditions for overturning this relationship. Just like Chairman said yesterday, I think it was really important, right? This question of building an economy, the economy for and in the interest of the working class. So we make irrelevant all of the institutions of the colonial colonizer settler state, and that's why we do uphold this question and principle of dual and contending power. One of our struggles or projects that we have is really contending even with immigration and customs enforcement. We have community patrols, just like the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense did in the streets of Oakland, in the streets of Chicago, in the different streets where the Black Panther Party had existed. We are building our own community level self-defense teams to monitor our own neighborhoods, to identify immigration and customs enforcement before there's a detention. We go out there and we have already identified the types of vehicles that they use, these Ford Explorers, these Dodge Durangos, different US made vehicles with dark tinted windows, with even railings inside of its vehicles, with lights in certain parts of its vehicles. And we have the objective of going out there, identifying them, informing our community, and kicking them out. And because there's more of us numerically than there are of them, we believe that we can build utilizing the strategy of community level self-defense, utilizing the strategy of bringing people into political struggle, political life. We can identify these vehicles and kick them out, because these are our neighborhoods. This is where we live. And they know that. And that's why whenever we do expose them, whenever we do go live, whenever we do break out the bullhorn and inform the community, they leave, right? Because they know that they're outnumbered. But what's necessary for us to build and maintain and sustain this type of community level self-defense is obviously the organization and participation of the masses, which we have seen more and more people participate. The other question of the other different projects that we do have also, Escuela Slan, building an alternative education system because of the terrible attacks that have happened on our youth. Many of our youth grow up being ashamed of who they are, right? The attack on our human dignity, and the necessity for building institutions that actually teach history, that teach our history, that teach our political understanding of the world and our worldview, so that we can then organize the youth into political and bring them into political struggle and political life. And so, and there's many more, but I'm not going to extend myself too much, but I did want to recognize that, 40 years of political struggle, we because of the pandemic, we weren't able to get together as we usually do. But we completed 40 years. We achieved 40 years of active political life as Unión del Barrio, which is an important, historical historical reference for us, because 40 years of anti-imperialist, anti-colonial struggle. Not many organizations have that political orientation, right? Many people want to go into the safe kind of reformist struggles, and we're not saying that. We shouldn't engage in political struggle in any in those spaces of reforms, but never as a political objective, or never as moving as if that's the answer. Our political strategy always has to be building dual and contending power in the hands of our people for our land, recuperating our labor, and building a socialist society in the interest of the working class. And that's where we see, the importance of this question of reparations. Reparations is taking back everything that has been stolen, right? And that's where we see ourselves in that political trajectory. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be on this panel. I appreciate comrades for inviting us to the International Democratic Democratic Uhuru movement. And comrade, our struggle continues to be for the overall liberation of our peoples against the sick capitalist colonial system. Uhuru.
Uhuru, venceremos, man. Congrats on that new baby too.
Thank you, comrades. I don't know if you heard her in the background there.
Yeah, so I just want to point out something, right? Because when you see the pin, Unión del Barrio's pin, Unión del Barrio, just like the party, was created to complete the revolution. With the understanding that the revolution had been overturned. Or the party's relationship with Unión del Barrio came at the moment through which Unión del Barrios, and also just the self-determination of all indigenous people had been under attack by ideological imperialists. And it's at that moment for over the last 35 plus years, the party, the Uhuru movement, and Unión del Barrio have been in principal unity with each other, going back towards, even the predecessor to the ACG campaign. We're talking about the walks against genocide, the African National Reparations Organization conferences. I mean, and we're not just talking about on the West Coast. I just seen the comrades. I think there was one in Akron where comrades from Unión had attended, DC and vice versa. So this is the way forward. One of the when you look at the historical annals of the Burning Spear newspaper, what we look at, you go back to one of the articles posted in Burning Spear newspaper before it became a book by Ted Vincent, talking about Vicente Guerrero and the Africans who freed Mexico, right? They understood the struggle as a struggle against colonialism, imperialism, and slavery. You talk about IET, where Africans understood their struggle as an anti-colonial struggle and made IET home for all African and indigenous people. This is what we're talking about right now. And this is why true internationalist and anti-colonial struggle is the only way possible, only way forward. So I had a proposal. I had another resolution that I wanted to present. And in presenting that resolution, I wanted to give a little bit of background to that resolution, because as a part of an article that I wrote, so this resolution is entitled building ACG working groups on the continent of Africa and throughout the Caribbean. And as a part of one of those articles that I wrote, I talked about the reparations struggle in Antigua and Barbuda, where I have some extended family by way of the wonderful comrade Michelle. And in 2017, Hurricane Irma ripped through the small Caribbean island of Barbuda, killed 3 people, caused about $150 in damage, and displaced 2,000 residents. For all given purposes, the 185-mile-an-hour winds flattened the island of Barbuda. Barbuda is a part of the country of Antigua and Barbuda in what's called the Lesser Antilles. It's actually a place of indigenous and African resistance. What many historians suggest that had the winds not pushed Columbus to the north, and if we would have pushed him down towards Venezuela, down towards what's now Trinidad, Venezuela, all this stuff, we wouldn't know about. We would not know about Columbus. What somebody say, practice, train, but also pray for some strong wind. Pray for some strong wind to blow them colonizers away. So one of the things, so this hurricane came, it flattened the island, it displaced some people. We're talking about an island to which there's more people from that island living in Canada alone than there is even on the whole island. So how can we use these colonial borders to identify ourselves in our struggles against colonialism, against genocide, against in our struggles for reparations? These struggles can only be waged as African people, right? We're talking about a place in which 90+% of the people all work in the export, in the tourist industry, a place in which throughout the Caribbean, they talk about the fact that the slave ships came and brought enslaved Africans, and now the tour ships, the tourist boats bring colonizers, and Africans still work in the same subservient conditions. But what has happened in recent years is the reparations debate has heated up. It has heated up, but we have people like Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister of Antigua, who is actively selling Barbuda to people like white North Americans like Robert De Niro and others, selling Barbuda away to these colonizers. Gaston Brown also calls himself a champion of reparations and comes and tries to demand reparations, but reparations to who? He wants reparations to go to the African petty bourgeoisie, and even more, the neo-colonial class of people just like him. So the only way, we know that places like Harvard, who on their crest for the law school actively display the fact that Harvard Law School got its wealth from the colonial slavery in the Caribbean. Its actual shield is the same shield of plantation from down there in Barbuda. So we know that Africans in Barbuda alone are owed hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars in stolen Black labor. But as the way forward, this movement needs to be built as African internationalists. This movement needs to be built. Only a movement built through the Uhuru movement throughout the Caribbean will be the way forward. So I wanted to present this resolution number 2, to call for the building of these working groups throughout Africa, throughout the Caribbean, Says the African Charge Genocide, whereas the African Charge Genocide campaign is the primary campaign for the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement and aimed at uniting Africans internationally and garnishing international support to charge the United States government, often with complicity with the genocide against Africans within the US borders and around the world. The African Charge Genocide campaign for the past 5 years has been the main campaign to invigorate recruitment, to InPDUM and mobilize international recognition of the US's crimes against African people and support for the demand for African people for reparations. The campaign has exposed the population of US and the world to the population of US and the world and those who support African independence, the fact that African people are colonizing domestic colonies in the US and face colonial violence under the US, and that only the solution is for African people to have state power and self-government over our own lives and society. Whereas the African Charge Genocide petition has gained over 113,000 signatures from Africans around the world, and the Africans' reparations claim has been taken into the African communities and received widespread support throughout the dispersed African nation since its creation. Whereas the African Charge Genocide campaign and its constituent African reparations claim certificate program has gained support around the world and is a great organizing tool. Whereas the reparations discussion has emerged in the Caribbean and Africa, it has been defined by the commitment to false colonial borders and control by the African petty bourgeoisie, and even more, the neo-colonial class. Whereas the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement has proven that the only had proven to be the only force to take the reparations and genocide charge out of the hands of the African petty bourgeoisie, placing it into the hands of the African working class. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement Convention held virtually online the dates of September 3rd through 5th, the year 2021, that the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement International Executive Committee and Office of Membership and Outreach will develop African Charge Genocide and reparations working groups throughout other regions of the African Socialist International with specific attention to the on Africa and the Caribbean. This resolution shall be enforced and in fact immediately upon its adoption and approval in the manner provided by the Constitution of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement and the rules and procedures of this convention. So for those in support, say yes, say Uhuru, put your hand up. If there's any no's, let those be known as well.
Uhuru.
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 Uhuru. Uhuru. So it passes. It passes. If there are any questions, we can open up briefly for some questions. This panel also clearly relates to the a subsequent panel coming up called the Completing the Black Revolution. So I'm pretty sure people will be inspired to offer some comments on in that accord as well. So if there aren't any questions, if there are any immediate questions or just brief comments, I want to acknowledge excellent exchange that was happening between Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Comrade Zach about the significance of stolen Black labor. Also another book, Reparations Now, which is one that Comrade S.G. Loisy actually came across in France. And that's how he himself also met the party and stuff, was by way of, I think it was the Reparations Now book and things like that. So
Uhuru, VP Matsamela, could I just say just one thing? So a couple things struck me why during the presentations after I got done speaking. But one thing that I wanted to say and follow up with is during her presentation, Comrade Michelle Odom mentioned a few actually really foundational quotes from Frantz Fanon, but I know I'm going to butcher it a little bit, but one thing that I remember is Comrade Michel pointed out that we must resist. And actually when Africans don't resist, that's when mental health problems set in. That's when we start to see these kind of health issues. And I think that the reparations claim, the Africans charged genocide claim, this is one way that we can fight back and take action in response to this. And so that's something that struck me through the other presentations. It just kind of clicked for me. The other thing that I wanted to say about the exchange with Chairman Omali Yeshitela that VP Matsamela is referencing here is that Chairman absolutely demystifies the issue of colonialism and the political economy of the United States, how that labor was stolen and how it was used. And if I can paraphrase what Chairman Omali Yeshitela said here, is that this was the first book. This was the first work that quantified in total and demystified this process. And so again, that's why I say that it's the foundation for our reparations work. Of course, reparations now is foundational as well, and I'm proud to also be working on trying to get the access to this book, Reparations Now, back out to the people. This is another important book for us in the conversation, and those were the two comments that I had. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Zach, Uhuru. Yeah, we sitting here. The whole IEC is loving on you. So we got elections coming up, and we got nominations. And feel free to nominate yourself because you're gonna be on the IEC. I'm gonna throw your name down. So salute. You're gonna be quiet now, huh? So I want to salute Comrade Kobina, Comrade Benjamin, Comrade Zach for your participation on this panel. Like to all the viewers that I know that have amazing questions. Oh, Chairman Uhuru.
Uhuru, Comrade. I just want to comment on two things. One, if nothing else, Comrade Benjamin's participation here in his presentation should reaffirm for everybody the commonality of the colonial contradiction and the fact that we are looking at a colonial capitalist economy. And you cannot imagine the existence of capitalism without the stolen lands of what is now characterized as the Americas, without the colonial domination of Africans and the expropriation of African forced labor, etc. It is impossible. I dare anybody to even try to conceive of an existing capitalism without that having happened. And I'm saying this because it's the fundamental question. It's not just some issue that's ancillary to the question of development of capitalism. I'm saying that there would be no capitalism, that this whole contest between between the peasants and serfs in Europe and the nobility that could not independently have given rise to the system of capitalism, that indeed it was the emergence of colonial capitalism, in fact, as a mode of production. And I just think it's really important, this relationship between Unión de Barrio, African People's Socialist Party, between Mexican and African people, again, reflects the commonality of the colonial contradiction that we are living with, and the fact that the class question in the real world is concentrated in the colonial question, the colonial issue. So I wanted to just make that observation. And also, I think it's important to acknowledge Comrade Belinda Parker Brown. I see her name on the agenda. And she is the leader, she's the magnificent leader of Louisiana United International that does incredible work. We don't have enough space and time to talk about the kind of incredible work that this organization has done on the ground, real work in Louisiana. And of course, many of you may know that the hurricane wiped out much of the electrical grid, the power system in New Orleans and much in Louisiana. And I'm sure that's a contributing factor to the fact that she's not for her not being here, that they're struggling just to keep their heads above water, literally and figuratively, there in Louisiana where she's located. But she's an incredibly powerful force, friend of our party, friend of our movement. And I just felt like it was important to acknowledge that. She is, as I said, I see her name on the agenda for participating in the panel that just ended. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman. Uhuru. Were there any questions? No, nothing. Okay, so this time, I believe we can move it. Appreciate you, Chairman. Appreciate everybody who was on participating on this panel. And at this point, we're getting ready to break for lunch, but hold on. Right before we do that, I want to bring on our International Economic Development Coordinator, Fofi Ushairi Al-Kibalon, who'll be giving us an update around our fundraiser. Uhuru.
One Africa.
One nation.
One nation.
One Africa.
Oh, well, I can get it. Uhuru, comrades, this is the first time I've been on camera, and I want to say, I want to congratulate, or I'm just saying hello to my leadership. Uhuru, I'm here to bring you an update from Friday. We've received some more donations and some more memberships. So I want to shout out the Chicago area donated $200.
All right.
Jesse Todd brought in another $100 when he donated $200 on Friday. Miezi donated $25. Jackson Hollingsworth added an extra $10 to her donation. Angelica Mueller Raleigh donated $100. Kabula added another $50 today. Penny Hess added another $50 to her donation today. Timba donated a $10 pledge. Malika Bukechi Ngwezi, the Midwest rep, renewed her annual membership for $25 with the promise to upgrade later. Jason Westbrook upgraded to a sustainer of $5 a month, with each was $60. Major Westbrook, that's been taking care of Chairman O'Malley. I'm going to get this comrade a membership. So he's one of our little new comrades. $10. Comrades, I'm gonna tell you, you can become a Marcus Garvey member anytime during the year, but during your 12-month time, you pay that $1,000, right? Comrade Michelle Odom, who you just heard from, has started back in March. She will finish her $500 donation the rest of this year to be a Marcus Garvey member. Uhuru. Tasha K. Smalling renewed her annual membership at $60. Marissa Martinez, $25 donation. Erica Clark, new member at the annual rate of $25. And comrades, I know y'all heard us flip out when DC Deputy Chair Owners and they donated.
Chairman O'Malley, from Black Story.
Yeah, you heard that. Okay, and we have a few other. Bakri Olatunde, $25 donation. Amin Khalif, $20 donation. Right. Nita Holder, $50 donation. And this last young lady, I want Dexter to talk about.
But before you go there, because when we started naming names, we want to make sure that we shouted out the culture workers yesterday that became members of InPDUM. So y'all heard from NATO. They ran for office, became a Malcolm X level member, and then Shorty.
Shorty G.
Shorty G became a member of InPDUM at the basic level membership. So I wanted to shout out both of those comrades.
All right.
Okay, comrade.
Right. So this last person who became a member yesterday was Rona Julian. Rona Julian, who that ain't gonna work. I see. Stagehand stuff, y'all. Stagehand stuff. So yeah, that's Rona Julian, and it was actually my mother. And right. And I wanted to mention her not just because she's my mama, but I thought it was significant she became a member because she's been watching this movement as long as I've been in this movement. And she decided to become a member because she understands how important our resources are to sustaining an organization, you know. So she said, she said, Dexter, I don't know how active I could be now, I got a lot on my plate, but I want to put my resources here and support the work that's being done. And that was really significant. And I want to encourage everybody to do the same, even if everybody viewing, even if you're not able to be an active member right now, you don't understand, you're being active with your resources. You're taking action with the way you put your resources. And when you put your resources to support the work that InPDUM does and support the African Revolution, you are taking action. So I encourage everybody to become a member at our various levels today. And also, I briefly wanted to bring on our international presidents, Columbi and Danette.
Uhuru, comrades. We're gonna go to lunch, but before we go to lunch, we want to just continue to really appreciate everybody that have contributed and donated to this amazing organization. We have experienced, 3 jam-packed days of just amazing, just historical 30 years of organization that you see here. You can't find an organization nowhere else on the planet. And I can boldly say that from participating in this organization. It really it allows us the ability to really say what our legacy gonna be. And being a part of this organization, you come in today, or if you came in 3 years ago, if you came in 7 years ago, you inherit 30 years of struggle. And even beyond that, we say 30 years with InPDUM, but the party is celebrating 50 years. And we have all this data, all this information that becomes ours to learn how to raise struggle from every front. From we see the state moving and evicting people. Well, we got strategy. We can we could go back and look historically and see exactly how the party raised struggle. So we don't have to invent new wheels. We have strategy that actually really help you to stay safe as a revolutionary. Right. Some people are afraid to be coming into the movement because what's going to happen to me or my loved ones. Well, I really say that I know that being on the grounds in Ferguson, where I seen Durham Seals, that I stood shoulder to shoulder to people that are not alive today, or I seen the Black Panthers and other members of the organization be, in jail, at this period. And I say that in the Uhuru movement, what I learned is I learned how to stay safe. I learned how to move strategically and to make sure that not only myself and my family, but forces under my leadership stay safe, and how to move and how to not just get caught up in the sauce. Because some people are just trying to chase clout, But Uhuru is chasing freedom, liberation, and it's a difference. And we see that in the organization because the minute that it's not popular no more, or the minute that the state move on people, they move differently. But we're not chasing clout, we're chasing liberation and freedom. So that's why I want you to go ahead. It's not too late. Dig a little deeper, go in your pocketbooks, and join this organization. And also, I want you to think about gifts, birthday gifts. We got to make all of our family members, all of our residents, all of our church members, whoever you are, to be a part of this organization. Like Chairman always would say, literally, like anybody, just like the NAACP, they have meetings, people got a membership, got a card, they don't ever come to, they probably don't even read the newsletter. You go to one of their meetings, it might be 1 or 2 people there, but people believe in whatever the NAACP is doing, and so they contribute to it. That's what InPDUM has to do. Like all of us have to be able to be part of this organization. So like Dexter mother or my mom, that they might not come to a meeting ever. You know, we might just see them during the convention time, but they are contributing to a big strategy of the liberation struggle, InPDUM, that brings the masses into political life and teach them what it means to have self-government. Give them back the confidence that have been stolen from them at their mother's womb. Our confidence is stolen not when we breathe, but our identity and our confidence is stolen while we in our mother's womb. So you got to be a part of this organization. I mean, you got to be impressed with everything you on scene, because it's not even what we say, it's what we do. You know, and Fofi just gave me this amazing number that I wanted to tell everybody that we are at $11,172. So I just want you to give it up for yourself. But please, I want to continue to go. Let's reach for the stars. Like first of all, we was gonna fight for this goal, right? You know what I'm saying? And I just really want to shout out Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela. You know what I'm saying? She embodies what it means to be a revolutionary. And like, I just really appreciate her because she show us how, you know, even in the loss of her son, you know, her and Chairman's son right now, Chairman is here spitting fire, you know what I'm saying? And Deputy Chair is texting me, telling me, we got to get this goal. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you mention it, and just fighting and just continuing to provide leadership no matter what. And that's what it means to be a revolutionary, because that's how we fight for our loved ones. When we hurt, you fight harder, you go harder. And so I just really appreciate her stance. I appreciate Chairman Amali Yeshitela's stance, because they are not asking anyone to do anything that they haven't done themselves. Literally, they are living examples of what we should be and how it means to be a leader. So continue to donate, you know what I'm saying? Get on the winning bus, get on the right side of the question, and become a member. So I'm here really want to say that we appreciate all the donations. We truly do. Become a member of this amazing organization. Become a member of this amazing organization. Be a part of InPDUM. It's no other place to go. So be a part of this membership body, you know what I'm saying? No matter how you want to contribute. You know, you might be someone that won't come to a meeting. You might be someone and say, I want to get involved, Columbi. I want to build where I am. I don't know how. We're going to talk about that after our break on, you know, actually, you know, membership. You know, we're going to talk about branch building. We're going to talk about outreach. We're going to talk about strategies that we have used to build in our particular areas, things that you will be able to take away to take to your area of work. That's what we'll be talking about. Another thing that I wanted to show everybody is this is something that we InPDUM use as economic development, where we are able to make for family reunions or the death. You know, sometimes when family members die, people like to get like buttons, create a button, long live, you know, your loved one, or for weddings. They make real give backs for different events. We also have service businesses that have purchased buttons from us for their particular business. And now we want to upgrade our button machine. And this is one of the things that we'll be able to purchase. This is a new age button machine that would allow us to make not only 3-inch buttons, but we'll also be able to make 2.5-inch buttons as well with this machine. And also, with the packet that we will be getting, this is a cutter. So right now, we were able to rent this. You rent it for $27 for a couple of days to make the button. But now, with the budget that we got now, we are going to be able to, you know, own our own, that we will have on deck all the time, and that we could continue to push out and create economic development and show you how you can, branches can purchase this as well and create buttons. And, you know, our comrade Dexter has a video on how to make the graphics, you know what I'm saying, for the button machine. And it's something that anybody and everybody can do. And also you can purchase it for the international office for a small fee, and for your branch if you want to just sell buttons. So this new button machine is amazing, because not only will we be able to make buttons with this machine, but we'll also be able to create magnets for your refrigerator, you know, and we'll also be able to make coasters for your drinks. You can have a collection of coasters with all the revolutionary freedom fighters like Malcolm X, Chairman Amali Yeshitela. Each coaster have a different freedom fighter that's really nice to sit in your office or at your house in the living room. And also it make mirrors. So on one side it can say, you know, Black is beautiful, and then on the other side you're looking at your beautiful face. You say fist up, fight back, and on the other side you got a mirror. So we'll be able to create different items as well with this button machine. This is economic development to stabilize our organization. So another way for us to continue to make resources. So I want to again salute you for your donation. Let it keep raining. The money keep coming in. We appreciate you all for what you have done, and join the International People Democratic Uhuru Movement. I guarantee you that it would change your life. And I literally mean that, because I'm a colonized person, but with this theory, it helped me to be a better daughter. It helped me to understand what it means to be having a relationship with even my mother or my sister or my brother that's colonized. It teach me how to be in my community. I have literally seen how the politics, like this is not a game. Like I've seen how the politics and how Chairman was saying how the community have to see us. It's so true. Where like the community will come to me and say, yo, I got beef with old boy, you know, where it used to be just shoot it up. You know what I'm saying? They knock on the door to us for leadership to be able to help, be able to, you know, solve problems and confusion and contradictions in our own community. So we have to be prepared, and we have to be mentally ready for that. You know what I'm saying? So if we, you know, drunk and high, you can't solve the contradiction when they knock on your door. So we have to be ready. You know what I'm saying? We have to be prepared. And this is literally, you know, true testimonies of what I have seen, what the politics do in your life. You know what I'm saying? And how it help you to solve problems every single day in our life as colonized people, and taking power back from, the colonizer, to solve these issues. So join InPDUM, get your mama to join, your grandma too, you know what I'm saying, your baby daddy, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whoever, you know what I'm saying, they and them's got to come into this organization. And I believe that's our time, and we're going to break. So we're saying fist up, fight back, fist up, fight back, fist up, fight back. Comrades, brothers and sisters, we are winning. We will win.